Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the March 2023 meeting of the Metro Board of Directors. I will now call the meeting to order. Ms. Fairfax will commence a roll call of the board members.
Good morning. Please respond when you hear your name to confirm your attendance for the record. Chair Ramabhadran.
Present.
Thank you. First Vice Chair Elder. First Vice Chair Elder. Can you
Mayor Elder, you're on mute. If you could unmute yourself.
Here.
Thank you. Second Vice Chair Trevino.
Present.
Thank you. Secretary Taylor.
Present.
Thank you. Director Frieden.
Present.
Thank you. Director Fry.
Here.
Thank you. Director Hollins. Director Luter.
Here.
Thank you. Director Morales.
Present.
Thank you. Chair Ramabhadran, all board members present may be seen and heard by each other participant.
Thank you, Ms. Fairfax. Let the record reflect that a quorum of the board is present. Metro is conducting this meeting using inclusive practices so that everyone can watch, hear, or participate in today's discussions. This is in line with Metro's continuing commitment to increase accessibility for all. As a reminder, closed captioning is available for those viewing this meeting online. On that note, let me remind board members to state their name for the record when making or seconding a motion on any item of business on the agenda. The first item of business on today's agenda is the receipt of public comments. Ms. Fairfax will call the name of the speakers who have registered in advance to provide public comments. There are a number of public speakers that have signed up specifically on agenda item 17. We thank you all for being here, and we value everybody's comments and concerns, and we take this matter seriously. Metro has done extensive research and planning, and we've had numerous discussions with the community and stakeholders on the Metro Rapid University Corridor project for almost 5 years now, starting with the planning on the referendum stage of the project, and then more active engagement beginning late in 2021 through 2022 and over the last several weeks, regarding various developments as the project progresses through the Federal Transit Administration process. The board will not take action today on this item. However, we will have another presentation on this matter later during this meeting to allow further discussion among board members. We anticipate bringing this item back to the board for consideration for a vote in the next week or 2 weeks. With that, Ms. Fairfax, if we can get to public speakers.
Thank you, Chair Ramabhadran. We have 43 speakers who would like to address the board this month. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to provide comments. The first speaker is Council Member Robert Gallegos. Good morning, Council Member.
Morning, Council Member. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. It feels like deja vu from a little over 10 years ago, but here I am. Mr. Chair, members of the board and staff, good morning. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to address you today. I'm Robert Gallegos, council member for District I, and I'm here to ask the board to delay action of item 17, the locally preferred alternative for the University Corridor BRT project. Mr. Chair, you'll recall that this was one of the projects you and I discussed at length when we met in my office last spring. I shared my concerns about Segment 4, and more specifically how Metro would cross the very active UP-owned railroad tracks near Harrisburg. I mentioned to you then that I would not support any proposal that would negatively impact the Eastwood neighborhood. And today, I fear that what is being considered as part of the LPA could cause irreparable harm to the neighborhood. On Tuesday night, I hosted a meeting in Eastwood. We had over 150 residents in attendance. And let me thank Mr. Lambert and the planning and engineering team who attended and provided an overview and helped answer questions about Segment 4. We appreciate their attention and attendance. But they also heard the many concerns raised and the real fear that what is being considered would harm this historic neighborhood. A neighborhood developed in 1913 by renowned developer William Wilson, just a few years after developing Woodland Heights. And so I'm asking the board to delay action on the LPA to allow more time for Eastwood residents to visit one-on-one with Metro planners and engineers to explore alternatives that serve the intended BRT goals while minimizing impacts in Eastwood. Again, thank you for your time.
Councilmember, thank you. I appreciate the conversation that we've had last year and even prior to that as we put together the referendum and now looking to see how we can implement this. Metro's commitment is, LPA aside, is continuing community dialogue throughout the course of this project because we're not even at 30% design. There is a lot of ways to go before we actually start building things, and our commitment, as you've seen, is to do as many community engagement meetings and to explain things to the extent needed with the community. So thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
And thank you. And I know when y'all stated at the meeting, and you stated it right now regarding 30% design.
Yes, sir.
That needs to be stressed because there were several residents at the meeting when they heard 30%. They're thinking that there's nothing else that they can do in regards to any information or proposals or anything that they could actually be part of the discussion. So if you can please just stress that, you know, it's still open in regards to information and design and meetings to get information from the community.
Absolutely. And that is our commitment. That has always been our commitment. It'll continue to be our commitment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that Director Hollins has joined us, and so we have a full house of all board members at this meeting today. Let's proceed to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. John Texas.
Good morning, Mr. Texas. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak for y'all today about this. I came here today to speak about the changes to the number 40 route that has been changed and disenfranchised lower-income riders from the Hobby Airport neighborhood. I came here in January and y'all asked me to speak to Mr. Kushner, the Vice President of Bus Operations. I was informed then that he decided to make changes to this route in October. In late December, when y'all had the December meeting, they put a sign up saying the bus route would be temporarily changed. January the 7th, the sign was changed to saying it was going to be permanently changed. It wasn't any notice or anything, flyers or memos or board meetings for residents that's been in this neighborhood for, I've been there personally over 10 years riding this route. I was told by Mr. Kushner that the reason why the bus was naturally suspended because one of his supervisors found out that a bus driver had urinated on the park and ride across the street from the last stop, the rest stop for the 88 and the 40. I told him it shouldn't have been canceled for the whole route. If anything, the driver should have been reprimanded and the route should have still been continued. It's only a 2-minute route from Hobby Airport, from Airport and Glencrest down Maury, back down Broadway, back to the airport, which this route has been going on for at least over 15 years. Y'all asked me to speak to Mr. Kushner off the record. I would request that y'all would speak to him on the record so y'all can get the true facts of what really happened. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I don't think anybody is asking anyone to talk off the record. There was a end of line having amenities for our bus drivers that they can use. That was part of the reason why the route was changed. And we're happy to engage further on this. if you want to talk to folks in the, amongst Metro staff. So with that, let's move to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ms. Alice Gray Allen.
Morning, Ms. Allen. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Good morning, thank you for letting me be here. I live on the number 7 route. That bus stop, we're seniors. I'm 71 personally myself. A lot of us live on that route are seniors. Because the bus stops are like 2 blocks apart, a lot of people don't ride the bus because they're not gonna walk 2 blocks at 70 years old to have to get off the bus. We have a lot of inconsiderate drivers on there, number 7. When it's pouring down raining, when it is dark, when it is awesome outside, they don't want to let a senior off where it's safe in a place. They rather let y'all way around the corner in the dark. Anything can happen to you or anything else, and they just don't care. You all have a lot of awesome drivers, but you also have a lot of lousy drivers. And you all need to look at you all drivers and see what they do to the riders, because some of them think they own the bus and they can't be fired. They need to learn how to treat the riders. On that note, I have something to say about 2 of your outstanding drivers on the number 7. That is Margaret Green and Leroy Turner. They're awesome, kind, considerate, and understanding about riders over 70 when it's cold or raining and dark outside where we won't have to walk. If we're running for the bus and they see we want the bus, they will go to a safe place across the light and wait for us instead of having us not pick us up and causing us to get fired off our job because they're always late or they don't want to stop for you because they're inconsiderate. Okay? But Leroy Turner and Margaret Green are very awesome, and I wish you all recognize that. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Allen,
Oh, another thing.
Yeah.
Mr. A.J. Johnson, I watched him last month. I think he was given a bad deal. That's my opinion. Thank you.
We appreciate your feedback. Thank you for the positive comments and things where we need to improve. We'll certainly look into it.
My bad. On the number 7 route, from West Belford to Willoughby is 4 stops. But on our stop, where we live, when we have to come around the curve to Gasma and Burdine, we have to walk an extra 2 blocks. Now, why are 4 stops in 1 block when we can't even get a stop in our block and we over 70? Think about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Sharon Yassin. The next registered speaker is Mr. Robert Pike. The next registered speaker is Mr. D.J. Johnson.
Sorry, he was the one I was referring to. I said A.J. D.J. Thank you.
We know, thank you. Mr. Johnson, thank you for being here. Welcome back.
First of all, I want to say good morning to the board. I was here last month, and if I offended anyone, I'm sorry. But I got to say this, I got to get this off. I've been a bus operator for 25 years. I had an open meeting while I was off work with Mr. Kirk Lawson. At the meeting, me and Mr. Kirk had words. I told Mr. Kirk I want to file discrimination on him. Mr. Kirk told me that he had to send this over to HR. Karen Kaufman over EEOC threw my paperwork in the trash. I was terminated while filing the EEOC form. I was off work 38 days, no pay. All I have been good to Metro. I've been real good to Metro. Ask the people out there in the public. But this open meeting that I had with Mr. Kurt Lawson, I don't understand how it went from 0 to 100. While I was off work, the members was calling me, asking me what happened. That's the co-workers, everybody at Metro, because we's like a family. They was told that I sexual harassed someone. I have 2 daughters. I never sexual harassed no one.
Excuse me, you have 30 seconds remaining, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Johnson.
It's sad about this. I was discriminated, I was blackballed. And the EEOC here at Metro, it's a joke. Y'all need to do outsource on the EEOC, because when us African American people fall on another race, you get thrown in the trash. And it hurts like hell how I got treated. Another thing too.
Mr. Johnson, your time is concluded. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, I think you were halfway through a sentence. Please finish your sentence if you'd like to.
Thank you. It hurts because all I did was give Metro my all. Worked overtime. We was the people out there taking the people out the water. You know, I did a lot. I worked 24 hours. I worked over days at Cashmere facility. Helped the politician get in office with my Metro shirt on. And for y'all to hear my voice, I'm a good man with 2 daughters. With 2 daughters. Want to come to work 8 to 5. But when we got some on the table that need to be corrected for as a policy, an open door policy now. Hear me out, boy. Hear me out.
Mr. Johnson.
I want to say this, all due respect. It's an open door policy that I went after work, voiced my concern. They called Ms. Karen Kaufman, and she fired me.
Mr. Johnson, thank you for your comments. Thank you for your service. I made a commitment to you last month that we will get to the bottom of this, and I'll meet with you. Sir, may I finish? Yes, sir. Over the last 15 days, I've been quarantined with multiple members of my family and myself battling COVID, so please.
Okay, how you feel about me? How you feel about me with
Mr.
38
Johnson?
days?
Mr.
38 days off work.
Okay.
I can't feed my family.
Thank you very much for your comments. I was going to ask you to request.
Well, I got family too, sir.
Fantastic.
Okay, I
And
got
that is
family
the
too.
reason, and that is the reason.
And it hurts. Mr. Lambert, I thought you had my back, sir.
Mr. Johnson?
No, ain't no Mr. Johnson now.
No problem.
DJ, you need to step away from the podium, sir. Thank you very much.
All I was going to ask you is to request you. I see you're hurting. No, sir. I know exactly what I said on tape. I said, give us the time to get to the bottom of this, and we will get back with you, and I will continue to do that. All I was asking was requesting you some time and grace. Let me also state this. Last month, we neglected to, and I think so did you, to mention that you were terminated, but you were in fact reinstated, and we want to continue to thank you for your service to the Metro service and to the region. Thank you for your comments. We'll move on to the next speaker.
Mr. Chair, the next registered speaker is Ms. Sheryl Lawson. Good morning, Ms. Lawson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Ms.
members of the
Lawson.
board. and staff. My name is Sheryl Lawson. I'm the Executive Director of the William A. Lawson Institute for Peace and Prosperity. Our agency maintains 2 Scott Street properties, the Lawson Academy, a public charter school at 5052 Scott, and the Wallop Senior Residence, an affordable housing community for elders over age 55 at 5220 Scott. Both of these properties have been identified for bus stops or bus shelters by Metro staff without our office receiving any consultation or discussion. Since construction of the Wallop Senior Residence in 2005, there has been a Metro flag stop near our building. I have learned that the retail property nearest that stop has declined to allow Metro to expand the flag stop to accommodate a shelter. Metro staff decided to plant a shelter at the corner of North McGregor and Scott Street. I was told by Metro staff that Miss Janice Scott, the bus lady, contacted various Metro staff and board members and complained that the distance from our building to the corner of North McGregor and Scott was too far for her convenience. She then asked that the stop be placed in front of our apartment building. Miss Janice Scott is a tenant of the Wallop Senior Residence. I am aware of her long relationship with Metro and her aggressive communications with Metro Board and senior management. However, she is not the building owner and thus has no authority to speak for us. As has been evidenced by her ability to travel to and fro in our city, Ms. Scott is completely able to travel to the planned location of a bus shelter at the corner of North McGregor and Scott. To be clear, I am not unwilling to provide access to Metro stops for our residents. I am speaking against the bus shelter in front of our building today because the purpose of our property is to provide safe and affordable housing for seniors. We all know that shelters are often used as sleeping spots for the homeless. That puts our building at risk of vagrants who loiter around the stop and can find their way into our secure building. Our apartment residents are seniors, ill-equipped to defend themselves and easily duped by persons who mean them harm. Today, we have a 96-year-old who lives in our building. In the past, our eldest resident was 102 years young. I speak today to ask that Metro dismiss the concern of one citizen, Ms. Janice Scott, in favor of the safety and security of over 60 senior citizens who currently live in the Wallop Senior Residence, and the hundreds who will live with us in coming years. Upon review of the drawings, which I reviewed with Mr. Timothy Mills, Metro's Director of Universal Accessibility, the original plans did not include either a bus stop or a bus shelter in front of the Wallop Senior Residence.
Excuse me,
Janice
Ms. Lawson.
Scott is the reason.
You have 30 seconds remaining. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the reason for the change in plans. I'm requesting that Metro honor its plan and remove all discussion about a bus stop or bus shelter in front of the Wallop Senior Residence at 5220 Scott. Ms. Scott's residency is likely to end this spring. She is being serviced by Adult Protective Services. As it stands, Metro has already identified a location in front of the Lawson Academy for a bus shelter. We recognize that a bus shelter at the Academy would represent a midway point between a shelter planned at Blodgett and Scott and the one planned for North McGregor and Scott. Our students and perhaps our staff that use Metro would benefit from a stop at that location. Since our agency has 2 important assets on Scott, I am asking that Metro impact only one of our properties, not both. We are a good neighbor, and we know that Metro is important to our community. I hope that you will direct staff to discontinue any work on a stop or shelter in front of the Wallop Senior Residence.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. Your time is concluded.
Ms. Lawson, thank you for your comments. Mr. Lambert will look into this. Metro has a commitment to the entire service area for us to have universal accessibility for all abilities, for all ages that use our system. It's part of our Better Walk, Better Stop, and a Better Ride commitment that Dr. Frieden has championed, and we will continue to look at what we need to do so we've got safe shelters for all riders. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mr. Daniel Bennett. Good morning.
Come on up, Mr. Bennett. Can somebody help with the microphone? Or a mobile microphone, whichever is easier. Well, I'm still coming up. All right, thank you. Thank you, Dominic.
As I expressed to him earlier today, he's a passionate dedicated. And he has been here since '79 at Metro Board meeting,
A lot longer than I have been here.
as well as myself employed here. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Yeah, well, this is where, everybody can hear me. Well, I like that response right there. At first, I'd like to start off, Chief Tom Leverett, our CEO, Mr. Sanjay Ram Buddy Run, our chairman of the Metro Board, and the distinguished members of the Metro Board panel, as well as those that's present here. They hear my voice. Good morning to all. And I'm here basically to say thank you, Metro. Thank you for providing a valuable service. Now, I have been on both sides as an employee and retired from Metro, as now as a customer of Metro Lift. I had an incident at the ending of 2022, and the first week of 2023, they were similar, and I brought my comments to Metro and speak publicly concerning the incident. I was fortunate to meet Mr. Mike Andretti, as well as Ms. Cassandra I'm gonna murder her name, last name, French name, both are concerning this matter here in the conference room at this here building. But what I also realize is that the service area that Metro provide us with, over 1,300 square miles, over 1,200 vehicles, service light rail now, we have 3 lines, the port transportation. And matter of fact, Dr. Freeman and Mr. Art Jackson, I want to recognize you two for being such an outstanding role model and positive for me, because I'm ADL now, I'm transit-dependent. But I recall, and I was born and raised here in Houston. I recall using U-Train, Rapid Transit and U-Train, to go downtown on the weekends to the theater, or go to the downtown department stores. Later, I found myself employed by Metro twice over. I left after 2 years and went to perhaps with 3 other departments, and I returned back in the 90s. But since that time, and I want to say, what I recognize also is Chief Tom Lambert and his development of our police department, along with the traffic managers and planners at that time. And he did this here for over 30 years. What great sacrifice, and you members know as yourself, the sacrifice that you made in being on the committee and work towards our good. As well.
Excuse me, Mr. Bennett, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Already? Well, listen, let me use my remaining time and thank our chief and his passion for the Metro community, far reach beyond the police department, as well as he mentored several folks. We have one back, our assistant chief, Dennis Rivera, and our current police chief, Vera Bumpers, was mentored by Chief Lambert. And I want to say to the 4,000 members of the Metro staff, good job, and the subcontractor. And that's my main thing to say, you're doing a good job, and we going places. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. We all are pretty proud of what Mr. Lambert's done for the agency and for the region. Thank you for those comments. Thank you for being here, Mr. Lambert.
Mr. Chairman, personal privilege, Daniel, I want to thank you for your 30-plus years of service. And when you have employees like Daniel Bennett that are committed to the community, committed to the organization, committed to the profession, it makes your job a lot easier. So, Daniel, I'll pay you later for all your kind words, but thank you.
Well, I'll pick it up.
Okay,
No
thank
problem.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Ms. Fairfax, could we go to the next speaker,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next speaker is Commissioner Adrian Garcia. Good morning, Mr. Garcia, Commissioner Garcia.
Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you for being here. Good to see you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I understand that some discussion, I'll take care of that. Okay, thank you. And I understand a discussion has already been had on item 17. But first, I want to begin by thanking the board for allowing me a few minutes to speak. I do want to recognize Councilmember Gallegos and the residents of the East End community that are here. They're concerned about item 17. So let me just first say thank you to you, to the CEO for the briefing that I've had on the university line. But this is not my first rodeo. I took a lot of shrapnel for Metro when I worked on the Fulton line. And it does require a great deal of community engagement and consensus building. The overpass, you got other elected officials that aren't present today, Congresswoman Garcia, I believe State Representative Morales. The electeds are in different places, much less the community. I would strongly request that, thank you for not taking action on this item. I understand the progress, the engineering progress that's been made on this, but I believe that Metro does owe it to the residents of the East End to build consensus, help them understand why Lockwood was chosen over any other option. Overpasses tend to be divisive, tend to separate communities even further. Our black and brown communities have had already historically too much of that, and we're working through I-45 as an example to remediate some of that. So I would just ask for a stronger commitment on community building, community engagement, consensus building, so that we can all be proud of this. I support transit. I've supported Metro. I believe it's vital to our economy. I believe it's vital to the future of our city and our county. However, in my discussions with Metro, with GHP chairman rather, Dr. Boom, I just had a conversation with him, that we have to do a better job of improving ridership. We have to do a better job of demonstrating that our system is an option to people's individual vehicles. And just as a side note, I took the train up here from my office to get here. Please get rid of the kiosks that do not work. I missed 2 trains trying to get that card to work. But all that being said is that I'm here as a supporter, as an advocate for mass transit and public transportation. But we do require and do owe it to the citizens to build a stronger relationship, better engagement. It's what I had to do to get the Fulton line done in spite of incredible opposition, but I was there meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting to create the consensus to move that line forward. I believe Metro owes it to the East End community. We don't need to just have, I know there's been several meetings. There's one in February, there's one early March, there's one recently, but I don't think the consensus has gotten there yet. And so I would just ask, thank you for the no action, but a week delay is not enough to get engaged with the community and build a relationship and a vision on this particular item. Thank you all very much.
Commissioner, thank you again for your comments. We appreciate the partnership both on the Fulton line and on the university line and moving forward. We are working on a regional fair media, and so those kiosks will have a newer version in short order. Next time, we'll get you a cue card. Actually, you know what? We'll make it even simpler. You can get an app on your phone where you don't even have to walk up or tap anything. It's all on your phone. So that's part of our commitment to try and make it, to the extent possible, easier for folks to plan their trips and use our system. But thank you for riding Metro. And you have our commitment, as we've said earlier on in this meeting. The LPA and action, all of that is part of an overall process. This project is going to take several more years before the design is complete, making sure we have things along the entire 25 miles that are reflective of the characteristics of each segment, what the community wants to see, both in terms of transit, but also in terms of amenities, whether it is sidewalk, pedestrian, traffic improvements, drainage improvements, utility improvements, roadway improvements, and by the way, 2 lanes of transit as well. So you have our commitment to continue to work to see how we balance the federal timeline with community engagement, but you have our commitment to continue the dialogue. So thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Mr. Chair, the next speaker is Mr. Mark Smith.
Metro's Poet Laureate, Mr. Smith, thank you for being here.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I was at the dedication of the Fulton line and happened to be coincidentally behind then Sheriff Garcia. And as I was walking behind him, I said, "Head for the hills, it's the sheriff." He laughed. Why didn't you laugh just now? Anyway, and he didn't even hear it. He's leaving. Anyways, with Metro, it seems like a lot of times you may refine the design of the line, but the choice is not mine. Whether or not people think it's going to float, you're going to shove it down their throat. But anyways, I'm not going to get on that boat. I saw at one time one of Metro's sort of plans or designs or whatever from like the early 80s. And it said at the time that by 1996, it's going to take more than 30 minutes to get from the loop into downtown, seemingly no matter what highway you're taking. But a lot of times I see on the morning news, and this is 2023, that it takes like, 27 minutes, maybe 45 minutes to get from the Woodlands into downtown. So you have the 7.5 mile Fannin South to downtown that takes it takes 30 minutes at 15 miles an hour. It seems like buses are better, or to phrase it another way, baby, buses are better, yes. You don't need so much concentration on the rail, which is much more expensive. Buses require less infrastructure. I personally am now more confined to Metrolift, which a 4 o'clock pickup turned into being picked up at 5:14.
Excuse me, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Okay. And there's so much that y'all need to do to improve the current system, not to be shoving more rail down people's throat when they don't want it. The economic development that was promised didn't happen, and it's just plain waste of money, and I'm not trying to be funny.
I was waiting for that punchline. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, well, thank you. I was going to say thank you, if I pronounce it correctly, Ramabhadran.
You got it. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Now I challenge you to find something to rhyme with that by next month. Okay? So now we appreciate your being here, and I'm glad you've looked at Metro Next, because a big part of the focus of Metro Next is in fact on buses and Metro Rapid. So thank you for your comments. Let's move on to the next speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ron, Don, and I'm gone. All right. It didn't take me a month to come up with that.
See?
Mr. Chair, our next registered speaker is Mr. Dominic Mazoch.
Morning, Dominic. Welcome back.
I'm here in the boardroom. Give me a second here. I need to pull up something on my phone. No place like open. And I'm going to start with a quote. We had poetry for Mark. I'm going to do Broadway. So this is something from a very famous Broadway musical, which I've adopted for Houston. There's a hole in the world like a great black pit, and the vermin of the world inhabit it, and its morals aren't worth a pig could spit. It goes by the name of Houston. At the top of the hole sits a privileged few, making mock of the vermin in the lower zoo, turning beauty to filth and greed. Now, it's No Place of London from Stephen Sondheim's play Sweeney Todd, The Demon Barber of Fleet Street. I accidentally got into the situation that y'all been discussing about the bridge about on the north-south part of the university line, and I have concerns about what I call the squeeze between Kirby and the Eastwood Transit Center. And I'm glad y'all are at least listening to the fact that maybe we need to slow this thing down. Number one, and the thing too is, why the rush? I mean, I know we have to get this stuff to the federal government, but you know, I'm hearing things out in the street that there's been a rush to get this done because in January, the city of Houston is going to have a new mayor. That means that there could be possibility of 5 new board members, either by timeout or what the mayor decides, the new mayor decides to do. Tom, you're leaving, and I'm not knocking this, but I think the thing is we need to slow this down. I think as a lame duck board and the city needs to get together, talk to citizens. What do the people? And there's a sign up on the, if you go into City Hall, when you enter the entrance on the right side here, it says, the people are the city. And I would say the people are also Metro. And I think we need to have a discussion with people, not just stakeholders. And even then, with this, I hadn't had any, again, I keep saying you have transit centers along both of these routes where you could have these demonstrations or presentations of the line in the discovery buses. You got Wheeler, you've got Eastwood, you've got Fifth Ward. I think, you know, get the customers involved because a lot of times the customers know what's on the surface on the roads, what the customer needs. Second of all, have y'all involved Union 260 and the group that I think it used to be called First Transit, I think it's something else, MB Transit. The operators have a way of doing this.
Excuse me, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. At Eastwood, I mean at the bridge, the proposed bridge, have you thought of, if you go under, have you ever thought of putting floodgates? There's been floodgates in New Orleans. I don't see why it couldn't work here. Have you thought of rerouting it down Wayside? If you don't listen to the customers, you don't listen to the people have no, particularly those who have no power, no money, you yourselves are turning yourselves into Judge Turpin as interpreted in Sweeney Todd's and Sondheim's play. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic, for your comments. This is not a board-imposed schedule alone. There is a Federal Transit Administration timeline as well that we are required to follow by federal law. Thank you. Let's go to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ms. Brenda Huey. Our next registered speaker is Mr. Art Smiley.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Morning, Mr.
Smiley.
Smiley. Welcome back.
Yep, my name is Art Smiley, and I'm an advocate and supporter of transit. Many of you on the board will remember the ill-fated joint development opportunity to vastly improve Metro's Texas Medical Center Transit Center in 2019. The best of the two alternatives proposed by bidders would have resulted in a new hotel, some affordable housing units, new entertainment venues, a lot of additional parking spaces, and $5 million per year in rent going to Metro. But that project was killed by Metro's Executive Selection Committee due to customer experience related objections. Wayne Del Chipino's efforts to look into the project's demise can be found on YouTube under Medical Center Mayhem. Wayne's attempts to pry information out of Metro were largely blocked, just like my recent efforts have been. I've been looking into Metro's proposed long-term lease of a $65 million parking lot in Missouri City. The project proposes a building of a 750-space parking garage, but ridership at the current temporary lot nearby requires less than 200 spaces daily. Over the past 6 months, I've submitted numerous Public Information Act requests aiming at being informed on how Metro reached its decision on the project and who or which companies did Metro engage to provide it with advice. Thus far, Metro has avoided answering these questions by referring to exceptions contained in the Public Information Act that allow information to be withheld. Most recently, Metro has claimed privity of interest as a reason for not releasing information on a particular joint development consultant's contacts with Metro. Utilizing these exceptions is not mandatory, it's voluntary. Metro could release the information if it wanted to be transparent. I mentioned the internal executive selection committee earlier. Well, it seems that the selection committee recently overturned a technical evaluation committee's selection to recommend instead that the lowest scoring team be designated the winner of a $4.6 million consulting contract to support Metro's joint development efforts. Yep, you guessed correctly. The same consultant I'm now blocked from receiving information on is part of the team the Executive Selection Committee moved from last to first.
Excuse me, Mr. Smiley, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Well, I do plan to keep looking into this, and maybe someone like Wayne can give me some help. We, as members of the public, can only ask the board not to foster, condone, or ignore poor business practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smiley, for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike McMan.
McMan, come back. Welcome back.
Yes, Chair Ram, board members, thank you for having me here today. My name is Mike McMan, and I'm a member of the Gulfton Super Neighborhood Council and of the Link Houston Advisory Council. I'm here about the Metro Rapid Gulfton route that you'll be voting on at the next board meeting. But first, I'd like to thank Metro for being a good partner with the Gulfton community in developing a network of local routes. We currently have 10 routes that are part of that network. Also, thanks for the great reception you gave last month to Link Houston for the Gulfton Equity and Transit Report. I want you to know that I believe in Metro and I support Metro. I ride Metro, I rode Metro here today, so my comments are meant to help improve Metro and not to be super critical. My passion the last 15 years has been bus route path design and bus network design. I'm self-taught. I've spent hundreds of hours learning about the principles and and working on the network and working on network design. I'm not here to complain about Metro taking part of my front yard or because the bus is late. I'm here to ask you to consider my recommendations for the Metro Rapid Gulfton route. So I would like your permission to send my recommendations about the route. And also I'm developing a document about the Gulfton network, and I'd like to pass that on to you. So basically I'm trying to create some credibility here to ask the board to consider my recommendations for the route. And after 15 years, I still haven't figured out how the community engagement can work better. I see with the Eastwood situation that there's now an opportunity for feedback. Normally, the process is you send your suggestions in, Metro makes a decision, and that's pretty much how it goes. There's no opportunity
Excuse me, Mr. McMan, you have 30 seconds remaining.
There's some way there's not a good opportunity to have back and forth on the final decision before it's approved. So I hope you will consider my recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate your feedback. Thank you for your continued engagement with Metro. And we always welcome suggestions, feedback, and ideas. And I don't believe there is a single project that we do where we don't have community meetings, where there is plenty of opportunity for back and forth. And for those that cannot make it in person, we always take in comments online. You're able to even have folks type up your comments for you at our public meetings. So plenty of opportunities exist and will continue to exist. So thank you for your comments.
Right. So, the situation I had with comments is not a big deal, but I decided when I put one comment in, and I decided to see what other questions were on the form.
Yeah, I don't want to get into a Q&A session, but we're happy to get your feedback and talk to you about what ideas you may have for Gulfton. Thank you very much.
Our next registered speaker is Mr. Peter Eccles.
Morning, Mr. Eccles. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Eccles. I am the Director of Policy and Planning for Link Houston. We are a nonprofit that advocates for a robust and equitable transit network so that all people can reach opportunity. I'm here today to speak on two topics. First, speak on item number 17 regarding the Metro Rapid University Corridor. Link Houston supports the goals of this project and believes it will improve mobility for Houstonians who need it most. Just last month, this board heard our recommendations from our annual report, Equity in Transit, to improve reliability, frequency, facilities, and many others. On nearly all of those categories, we believe this project will help Metro make progress. Still, we have heard from adjacent communities that they do not want the Lockwood overpass that Metro is proposing. We echo their concerns that it may only divide their historic community and remove valuable green space. What's more, this overpass does not address the root of the problem, stalled freight trains that burden East End residents and make their lives unpredictable. There are potential solutions that have not been thoroughly explored, such as elevating the rail line itself. We recognize that this is outside of Metro's direct control, but this project is an opportunity for true collaboration between Metro, the city, the railroad, our state, regional, and federal partners. Link Houston will continue to hold Metro accountable to ensure that the final project better reflects the needs of adjacent communities. Second, Link Houston has 4 recommendations as Metro begins its search for its next president and chief executive officer. We'd like to congratulate Tom Lambert on 44 years of dedicated service. We appreciate his cooperative spirit in working with us, and when the time comes later this year, we wish you the best in your well-earned retirement. This morning, we sent a letter to all of you outlining our recommendations for the next president and CEO of Metro. The letter goes into greater detail than I have time for right now, but the recommendations are, number one, that Metro's next CEO must be a regular public transit rider. Two, that Metro's next CEO must be strongly committed to prioritizing transit riders in the design and construction of Metro Next. Three, Metro's CEO must be representative of the many diverse communities of Greater Houston. And finally, number four, Metro must center the voices of active transit riders as part of the search committee process. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to our continued collaboration.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Ms. Danielle Laperriere. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you,
Morning,
Chair.
Thank you for coming here.
Board members, I feel like I've been in front of this group a little bit lately. My name is Danielle Laperriere. I'm the president of the Eastwood Civic Association, which represents 2,400 homes across 19 neighborhoods, including the historic community of Eastwood, one of the 4 oldest neighborhoods in Houston. In July of 2022, we submitted 7 conditions for our community to support the Metro Rapid University Corridor project. I have no doubt that some of them will be addressed after an LPA vote. But 2 of our top concerns won't be when you adopt the LPA that staff was going to present today. Those are the requests for no overpass and protection of our tree-lined esplanade that centered our community for over 100 years. So today, I thank you for delaying the vote on the locally preferred alternative, and I want to give you the reasons of why we came forward to ask for this delay. We asked because this vote would set the line on the map where this project goes, and once that line is set, there's no motivation to look at alternatives, some of them out of the box, like Peter suggested. Our community has asked repeatedly that a non-overpass solution be found, and we believe it exists, but those options won't be investigated once the LPA is approved. The project team has versed you in the myriad of benefits that this 25-mile project will offer the region. We don't dispute them. This project will improve mobility. It puts much-needed funding into historically disadvantaged areas for improved drainage, road maintenance, green spaces, and it gives Houstonians options for transportation. If it's successful, those are huge wins. We don't dispute that. But it isn't just about picking the straightest line, the most economic option, or the highest FTA-rated alignment that drives project success. Success comes down to the communities you serve. Can you get riders in these communities to buy in and use those projects? If this project could occur at grade, you wouldn't see this level of frustration and outcry from our community. This isn't a conversation about a bad or unwanted project. It's a conversation about a design element that is flawed and the community can't accept. One that adds a division to our community. We already have 3 of them in the form of Union Pacific parking lots. Rail lines. The LPA is currently one that takes our beloved old growth trees, an established tree canopy, for a concrete structure that could break the fabric of our community right down the center. The Harrisburg overpass on the Green Line is a painful and vivid example in the East End that showcases the harm structures like this can do to communities and economic development. Over the next week or however long you have before a vote comes, I encourage every board member to go look at that area and see what it's become underneath that underpass.
Excuse me, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Today you'll hear residents' remarks on this alignment. You should also have received letters asking for the delay from Congressman Garcia's office, Representative Morales' office, the Greater Eastwood Lawndale Super Neighborhood, a note from at-large Councilmember Sally Acorn. We thank Commissioner Garcia and our Councilmember Robert Gallegos for putting our concerns up front and having them addressed. A request for you to delay this vote and put it on all hands on deck to find a non-overpass alternative is reasonable, and it's what the community I serve deserves. In July, I stood up here and introduced myself and told you that I was a proud future rider of the Metro Rapid University Corridor. I'm really afraid that in the 9 months since I made that statement, I'm not sure it's true anymore. So I ask that the work that happens between now and when you do vote on this happens so that you can restore the opportunity for community pride by having the community deeply involved in these conversations to find alternatives. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Laperriere, for being here and for the continued engagement and for the dialogue that we've been having since last year, and we continue to. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Mr. Clay Dipple. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board and staff. Like she said, my name is Clay Dipple. I'm a board member of the Eastwood Civic Association. I want to thank you for delaying the adoption of a locally preferred alternative of the BRT project. Eastwood's priority is finding a way for the project to proceed without the need for an overpass in a historic residential neighborhood on Lockwood. Metro has yet to show an alternative that meets the neighborhood's top two crucial conditions of support. Even at 30% design, an overpass is the only way forward, they say, and many of our valued old-growth oaks in our esplanade will be chopped down. Neighbors say we're not ready to accept that as the only answer because we feel there are opportunities here that have yet to be fully explored. We understand that this BRT project could make such an incredible impact on so many fronts. Improvements in drainage, accessibility, mobility, and more, but I fear the adoption of the LPA as presented at this stage will send a message that Metro already knows what's best, regardless of what residents think, that they are already ready to shut down debate on routes. This project is not ready, according to the community, for the next phase of development. There is, though, room for cooperation. There's room for compromise if you choose not to lock in the footprint of this project. We believe there are opportunities to explore specific route adjustments that have yet to be considered, to investigate flooding mitigation, technologies that might make an underpass option more feasible, or to explore how bipartisan infrastructure law grants might be used to remove redundant rail lines that threaten the fluidity of the BRT project. I know all of you would agree that Metro is capable of holding itself to a high standard in proving that everything that can be done has been done to address what our community deems is important to the folks who call this place home. A project of this size, this scope, this cost absolutely must have community buy-in or it fails. I agree with Director Frieden, who at the Baker Ripley meeting on February 25th pointed out that the BRT project is only worth anything if this community is willing to use it and take ownership of it. This room is full of people who all have genuine ideas about how to influence this project to be the best it can be for Houston. Let's hear them out. Director Luter, I truly believe in what you said on March 8th, that the community needs to feel like it can claim this project as something to be proud of. I truly hope we can get to that point. This is a chance to take a good faith step in that direction. Director Hollins, I appreciate your expressed willingness to keep this conversation alive for now, and I hope others will join you. I ask that for now, the board does all due diligence before selecting a locally preferred alternative. This delay harms no one, but shows that these conversations are too important to be rushed. Metro must prove it's willing to take a more community-focused approach to earn the trust of citizens and respect them enough to show that they do have Houston's best interests at heart, and I hope you will.
Mr. Dipple, thank you for your comments. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Ms. Michelle LeBlanc. Okay. Our next registered speaker is Ms. Veronica Chapa Gorczynski.
Morning, Veronica. Welcome.
Hey, good morning, y'all. My name is Veronica Chapa Gorczynski. I'm the president of the East End District, which is the management district that serves the 16 square miles between downtown and Port of Houston. I want to thank the community members on the Eastwood Civic Association that are sitting behind me because they are at every community meeting, they are busy professionals, and they make time to do this so that they're sitting here is especially meaningful today. So, and other things that I do to change the world, I sit as a commissioner on the Gulf Coast Rail District, and I also sit on the Houston-Galveston Area Council, and last week was elected chair of the Transportation Advisory Committee. So I want to say thank you for delaying the vote on item number 17, which is what I am here to speak on today. Specifically, we want to talk about the planning issues surrounding it. I think you're going to need more than the week. You're going to need more than 2 weeks to really get through the detail on this. As a value add, what I would say that I'm concerned about on behalf of the East End District is how we're approaching the railroad crossings. We have a block crossing issue across the district. We have 40% of the rail freight comes through the East End. Lockwood has been on the multiple lists, and I appreciate Mr. Lambert and his team have met with us, but we have not finished the dialogue to include both City of Houston and the TxDOT person that is responsible for planning for railroad crossings across the state of Texas. So moving forward, I want to echo, I think Clay and Danielle were especially articulate on how involved the neighborhood has been in looking at detail of these issues, but I want to add that in how we can change the world to do better, we have to think beyond just this project and the integration of the infrastructure around it. Because if you move forward with a BRT along this line and commit to as planned, without looking at things like block crossings, you not only further endanger community members that have been working for a year to get access to even fire trucks to get around trains that are stopped and blocked, but you box us in essentially with a multi-million-dollar project that no one is going to have either the political capital or the stamina in the future to go fix and correct to allow for a block crossing problem that may get worse because we had a train merger that was approved, as some of you may be aware of, in the last couple of weeks. So now we're anticipating an additional 11 to 14 trains on the East End tracks. So while most people would say, well, that's not Metro's problem, Metro's supposed to be responsible for public transportation, I would say that I understand that. I also am an advocate for multimodal transportation, but we are a community. Our infrastructure is integrated as much as our people are, and we can do better. That's the bottom line. Is none of this is that there's a fault. It's that coming together with solutions in the neighborhood and the district, we can do better. So I want to thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for delaying the vote today and allowing for people in the community to speak and give you their concerns. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Veronica. Thank you for your voice on multiple issues that we need to solve as a region. And we're not looking at this purely as a transit project. Not just the railroad crossings, there is a complete right-of-way to right-of-way improvements that are an integral part of this project. It also happens to have transit lanes. More to come on the emergency when staff makes the presentation. Emergency vehicles use of transit lanes. Let's go to the next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ms. Tara Cook. Good morning, Ms. Cook.
Good morning.
Ms. Cook, thank you for being here.
Thank you guys for, first of all, thank you guys for delaying the vote. I know that that has made a huge difference to a lot of us who are here. As a resident of Eastwood, I am deeply and very personally concerned about the current project design. And I was worried and still am that when the board votes to approve the locally preferred alternative, that our community's concerns cannot be heard or addressed genuinely afterwards. To Danielle's point, the vote, as I understand it, sets the route, and once that route is set, the team is truly disincentivized to look at alternatives. I'm also deeply concerned by what Metro has considered adequate community outreach on this project. It's been a struggle to get the community engaged early and quickly. Meeting notices were sent late, often after a meeting date or not at all, and often in languages that residents don't speak. And details that we would have liked to have seen months ago are only now being provided. Knowing the diversity of this city and of this neighborhood, coupled with the size, scope, and nature of this permanent change to our community landscape, it should be obvious that all communications were provided to all residents in all 4 of the language that Metro claims to have utilized to ensure understanding within every household. Metro is proposing an unwanted and unsightly divide through the middle of our community. It should be incumbent upon you to make sure that this project serves the community and is supported by and supportive of that community. The lack of outreach in and of itself is enough reason to delay the vote. I too don't feel like a week is long enough to truly engage and look at all of the multitude of non-overpass solutions that our neighborhood has presented. I do appreciate that you've chosen for it to not be too late. That choice was yours, and I appreciate the choice being made. Dismissing the genuine concerns of our neighborhood as learning experiences or as something that we can do better next time, which has been the case so far, is not only offensive, it's hurtful, and it's not productive. So again, I want to thank you for hearing those concerns and choosing to delay the vote. We've seen in our neighborhood how a metro overpass has affected small businesses on Harrisburg, and there has been no mention yet that I have seen of how another overpass with its years-long construction and rerouting of traffic will affect similar family-owned small businesses on Lockwood. Our community understands the need for improved infrastructure and transit in our growing city. We also deserve to understand why every option has not been adequately vetted, and a chance to see the details of this vetting. Without exploring all of these options, how can Metro truly determine that this is the best one? The project will physically divide the community, but we are not divided in our opinion of this project. We don't want an overpass destroying our historic esplanade. We don't want to pave over 100-year-old oak trees.
Excuse me, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. We don't want Metro to approve the current route and plan, and we don't believe that you need to do so in order to achieve the goal of connecting communities. Again, I appreciate the time today. I appreciate the vote to delay the vote, and also thank you again for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. There is no vote to delay the vote. We want to hear more from the community, so that's what we're doing. Thank you for being here and for your comments.
Our next speaker is Ms. Sarah Gutierrez.
Morning, Ms. Gutierrez. Thank you for being here.
I'm glad that you postponed the vote, but I was ready, coming here and letting you know. So, but also, I don't think 2 weeks is adequate enough. And I discussed when some of you went to the meeting, and I even said, we get heated because this is our home. This is where my family has lived for generations. I'm doing a family tree, and I've done the census, and right now I'm back to the 1930s that we've been in the Eastwood area, or East End. It's more than just Eastwood. So I take it very personal, and I had some points, and I hope I don't stutter and get all through that. But like I said, I'm glad that you proposed the stop, and I think Mr. Gallegos, when he saw us on the Esplanade, and I remember him saying, well, I thought everybody was okay with this. And we're like, no, I just started hearing about this a few weeks ago, and I was just totally upset. And like I said, I've lived in my home since 1968, and my family before that. So, we're talking generations are here. A lot of these people are just coming into the neighborhood. They go, oh, I've been here for 3 years. I've been here for 7 years. It's like, oh, no, I'm 50 plus. And I want to be able to live here beyond. I want to be able to live in this neighborhood. And I rode the transit here. And I ride the transit, and I've told y'all, some of you already know, I'm a 2-time cancer survivor. I ride the Metro when I go to MD Anderson. It's great. On days I walk to the transit center, on bad days I take my car and go to the transit center. And I appreciate that. But I think as a person who's also been in the engineering field since 1986, this plan just doesn't float. The renderings that y'all have given us for your so-called metro alternative plan. It's not the local alternative. It has nothing to do with us. So I wish you would take off the local because it doesn't represent us. And I know, like I said, I'm skipping around, but one thing also, you're getting all this money. I want to be able to find the link, and I'm starting to do all these studies to see the transparency. I kept hearing that from Metro. And talking about, everything's here, everything's here. So I want to look at the finances. I want to see where all this money is going. This is multi-million-dollar project. And no offense, but how much of this multi-million dollars goes to your salary? You work for us. And in the engineering field, when I do stuff, I always work on projects for the client. We are the client. But you don't treat us like the client. And another thing is you get all this money and you have all these things, but our infrastructure is just, bad. And then
Excuse me, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Okay, that's another thing. Y'all need a timer because that's just rude. You know, with all this money, I know it's your job, but if we had a timer, then we can do it, but you're also disrupting what we're saying. So I only have 30 seconds, but also, sitting here on the transit, I ripped my pants on one of your benches, you know, just getting over here. And really, I was looking at the people, there was only at least a handful of people that actually paid the fare. People, I want to see how many people are using the Metro. How much funding are we getting from the people that are actually riding it? No offense to the people that are homeless, but there are more homeless people on the trains, and I'm right next to the Metro Police, and they're not even doing anything. They're not looking to see who pays the fare. So I'm going to talk in another meeting. I don't have enough time. I have a lot more issues, but I'll be emailing all of you, coming to more meetings, coming to the council meetings, going to the Harris County meetings. I'm going to the state meetings, and we're also going to Washington. So this isn't the last thing, so we need more time. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for writing Metro, and I see that we're getting ready for the season opener with the Astros gear. Just as a note, the monies that we get, whether it's federal funding or through sales tax revenue, goes towards the project. I think I can say for my 9 colleagues on the board, we don't get any salary. Please be assured of that.
Our next speaker is Mr. Shane Copeland. The next speaker is Lindsay Williams.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Williams.
Great, thank you. My name is Lindsay Williams. I'm a board member on the Eastwood Civic Association, and I chair our train committee. Like others, I come before you to share why delaying the LPA vote is so important. I want to focus my remarks on the impact Union Pacific to Greater Eastwood. I want this board to understand that this community has and is already enduring pain from a corporate actor who fails to move its freight trains through the East End quickly or quietly. But though they are enduring that pain and working incredibly hard towards advocating for improvements, an overpass of any kind on Lockwood doesn't solve this issue. It's bigger than that, and it's a mistake for this board to think that this design would solve a problem for this neighborhood. Our civic association formed a committee to work on this issue just over a year ago. Our small but mighty group has been able to garner a lot of attention to this issue in the last 12 months. Our data on train blockages is likely the best source any entity, local or federally, in Houston has to understand what frequency the severity of blockages at Lockwood on the Galveston sub. We've recorded every train that on that track for the last 17 months, including how many stopped, at what time, and for how long. The answers are astonishing, and in 2022, the line saw an average of 152 trains a month, of which 33% of them came to a stop for more than 10 minutes. Of those that did stop, the average length of the time that they did stop was for 62.5 minutes. These are the facts that Greater Eastwood residents understand and live with daily. It impacts our mobility, but we don't believe that addressing it further harm the community than it is to address it. That is exactly what would happen if you see this overpass as a solution to the train problem. It is not a solution, it just takes pressure off of Union Pacific to be a responsible steward of the community and addresses the challenges that we see at a 22 at-grade crossing with the boundaries within Greater Eastwood. Metro building a permanent overpass in a way that permanently damages Eastwood sends a message to Union Pacific that you can behave as badly as you want. We will just throw money at the problem to build an unsightly overpass to get our buses over rather than work to even a little bit to fix a problem at the source. There are discussions going at the newly formed Houston Area Rail Transformation Committee that they are looking at this issue beyond that level at a single intersection. Things as innovative as raising the rail line to eliminate all 11 acre crossings or negotiating with UP to eliminate the need for subdivision altogether. What more
We're watching legislation at both the Senate and at the House what puts financial penalties on railroads for blocking the tracks. If these trains were moving, they wouldn't pose the impact for what they do today, and an overpass would be wholly unnecessary. These are transformative ideas that could fix the issue for the greater Eastwood at a holistic level, and overpass that the community wouldn't need. Our small but determined train advocacy committee of non-professional volunteers have garnered us the audience in person with the FRA administrator himself. We don't have the budget of Metro. We don't have the political clout of Metro. And if you haven't tried, you're not trying hard enough. Mr. Brose expressed to us that there are ways for them to help us with funding, but Houston as a region just hasn't done enough to request them. So thank you for delaying this. This project is a massive undertaking and deserves more time to analyze alternatives, understand what else is going on in the areas, and to take heart to the community's concerns. Thank you very much.
Ms. Williams, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Kyle Rogers. Good morning, Mr. Rogers.
Good morning, Mr. Rogers. Here.
Hello. Briefly, I'd like to talk about the outreach or lack thereof of the Metro in this project, the university line. We have not really been aware of what's going on behind the scenes. We received information. This is a project that has been going on supposedly for 5 years in the background. We found out about it last April. In July, we sent a reply that Danielle laid out. That's our 7 bullet points for support of this project. Those have not been met. There has been very little, if any, public signage about this project, very little outreach to Hispanic communities that we are mostly made up of in this area. And I do not think it has really met what you're trying to achieve here. As you can see, we're here disputing that. So basically, I just don't think you have done enough. And so with that, I'd like to read a statement. Metro is supposed to bring communities together. We believe you can. But the overpass your planners say is required for this alignment literally divides our community. You can see a community working together to remain intact through an ever-growing stack of petitions, which will be submitted. You can see my community in the hustle we spent in the last week and a half or so getting support from our representatives at various levels of government. Thank you to all who've shown support. You can see our community in the efforts that these working people behind me, took to sacrifice their time and money to be here today. All of these efforts were not taken because we have something against public transit, but because we desire to stay a community. We feel that your planners have their way, we feel that if your planners have their way, We feel that if your planners have their way and generationally destroy a tree-covered boulevard and drop what amounts to a 6-lane highway through the middle of the East End, and you will have destroyed what we are all looking for, a community. I would ask that you please delay this vote beyond 2 weeks. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Mr. Michael Kukuk. Oh. Yeah, that was, okay. Cameron Rivers. Good morning, Mr. Rivers.
Good morning.
Many of the comments today are asking you to delay the vote on the LPA. And while you've agreed to do so, Metro must use this time to meaningfully engage with the community. Metro is pursuing its NEPA process as a categorical exclusion. However, we believe that Metro's public outreach, the mistakes made in this process, and the untimely delay, in some cases for months, in responding to public information requests, may be sufficient grounds for the federal government to force Metro to perform a full environmental impact study at a higher level of scrutiny. If Metro is forced to essentially start the NEPA process over, it will likely miss out on the federal funding needed to sustain this project. And while, as you've heard, we do not want that to happen, you've also heard residents living along the route in Segment 4 are prepared to raise these concerns with the federal government. As such, the consequences for a misstep here pose too serious a risk to the project as a whole. A short postponement would allow Metro to meaningfully engage with the residents of Segment 4, to alleviate these concerns and help the project move forward in a way that allows Metro to pursue the project goals while also addressing the very valid concerns of the residents this project is designed to serve. With that, I yield the remainder of my time to the next speaker.
Mr. Rivers, thank you for your comments. Thank you for being here. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Ms. Elizabeth Cotler. Good morning.
Morning, Ms. Cotler. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. This is my first time here. So, I live in the Greenway Plaza area, and I came here today to say that our city, in its boomtown past, has shown little to no regard for protecting or preserving history. It's away with the old and in with the new, and it's noticed by any person who sees Houston for the first time. It's obvious to them. But what about our green preservation? Our beautiful trees, our historic neighborhoods, and our mid-century architecture that is all at risk. The University line will take down hundreds, maybe thousands of mature trees, justifying that they're at their end of their lifespan. I hope we get better care at the end of our lifespan. Live trees will be trashed, businesses will suffer, and people's lives will be uprooted as well. Massive amounts of concrete will be poured to build up the streets and the bus stops. Where will that water go? Do we have a flood impact study? Expanding our sewer and drain system in a city that floods with no proof positive that the drains that are going to be planned will sustain is a tenuous bet. The next hurricane will be our test. This is a picture, a recent picture of a bus along Richmond, and this is with upgraded sewer systems. This was taken within the last couple months from a rain. We currently have buses running on Richmond right now that have very few riders, yet you want to sacrifice a traffic lane on either side of our street. Where is a traffic impact study? Do we have that? And how do you plan to manage uninterrupted service of a 66-inch main water line running underneath Richmond Avenue during all of the years of construction, and a gas line too? There's nothing green about this project. Is it certain that electric buses will even work here in our sweltering summer heat? If not, is the fallback fossil fuel? So saying green, this isn't green. There's really nothing green about the project except the money that's being spent. I ask that we build a project together that puts our taxpayer money to work at its highest and best use for the future of all of the people and our residents who live in this great city, because we are a great city. So please, Metro, do right by us. Listen to our voices.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cotler, for your comments.
Our next speaker is Ms. Daphne Scarborough.
Morning, Ms. Scarborough, welcome back.
Yes, thank you. Deja vu here at Metro. And it has been a while. I've at least given you a little rest time. So I'm here to remind you of the fact that I've been on Richmond Avenue almost just at 30 years, but I've been in the Richwood neighborhood across another 13 years. So there's a lot of history with Metro and your plans for our street and our community. And I've attended all of your meetings but one with a justifiable excuse. I had a charity auction to go to. So, but it's just amazing that with all of the manpower, all of the money you have here, that this is the best alignment that you have. There is not room on Richmond Avenue between Main and Kirby for this alignment, and you keep trying to squash it in. The removal of a moving lane of traffic from Main Street all the way to Edlow is a nightmare. It's a nightmare for people that live there. It's a nightmare for people that work there. It's a nightmare for those of us that have small businesses. Richmond is still a wonderful location for restaurants and craftspeople and businesses that have been there like me for over 40 years. And we want to be there. But in talking to Chief Lambert at a couple of the meetings, and when I asked, well, how are we supposed to get freight? How are we supposed to get deliveries? And he says very nonchalantly, well, you'll just have to make accommodations. Well, that is not acceptable. We were there first, and we have been the ones that supply your sales tax revenue and the jobs that help keep all the developers' high-rises filled up with people. So this needs to be changed. I am delighted you're not voting on this today, but you have done a very poor job of outreach with us on Richmond. I get little phone calls from people I don't know, and they tell me about meetings they're in with you, and they say, Daphne, you're not here. Why? And I said, because I've been around too long. I mean, I've seen all the plans from the 80s. I moved my shop in my house over there in 1983. I remember when you came after Richmond in the late 80s. You came again in the 90s, and we are still aligned with Afton Oaks, with the West End, with the Lane people, and now we have a whole nother group you have scared to death there at the Spur 527. The closure.
Excuse me, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. The closure of cross streets is not acceptable. And to reiterate flooding, this is Richmond Avenue in January at Shepherd, and we just had $18 million worth of rework on Shepherd, new storm sewers. This is not going to work. You are not running an amphibious vehicle. You are running a bus on rubber tires. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scarborough, for your comments.
Our next speaker is Ms. Carol Pouncey.
Morning, Ms. Ponzi. Thank you for being here.
Morning. Can you hear me? Okay, great. I represent Segment 3. That is from the Wheeler Street alignment. My specific area that I'm concerned with starts with Emancipation to Ennis. All of those are historical homes. And so I echo what Councilman Gallegos and all of Eastwood. No one has approached any of the residents on a one-on-one to find out how we feel about this alignment, this proposed alignment. I am so blessed. I mean, it's godsend that you all are delaying this, because no one from Metro has come out and spoken to us. I don't know how Wheeler became the alignment or the preferred alignment, but everybody on Wheeler Street is like in disbelief. And all we want to do is have an opportunity to discuss our concerns before this vote takes place. I think that's only fair. My second concern with this is I have a critical care spouse. My husband is considered critical care. With this proposed alignment, you have taken our access. We have a wheelchair ramp. You have proposed to put a platform directly in front of that access. I don't know how that became about, but that's because nobody asked any questions. My suggestion, when I was talking to everyone, all your representatives in these 3 or 4 meetings that we had, move it up a block. Oh no, we can't do that. Why not? I still don't understand why not. I have submitted written questions. I've yet to get answers. I just do not understand. How am I supposed to, if my husband should need emergency care, how are these emergency care vehicles supposed to load and unload him? Because the way you all have it designed, one lane going in and one lane going out. If a vehicle blocks that, then all the traffic behind is stopped. I was told by one of your representatives, well, they can use the bus lane, the BRT lane. I don't think that's probably what you all have in mind, that bus stops each time.
Excuse me, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. And so my concern is, how do you address all these critical needs we're residents. I've been there 70 years plus. So I know what will work and what won't work. I just need the opportunity for the board to understand that. And again, thank you, Mr. Gallegos. We ask that the board come and speak to us on a one-on-one. I'm only talking between Emancipation and Ennis, the Wheeler Street residents. Those are historical homes. That's a neighborhood that has been in existence for over 100 years.
Thank you.
Ms. Ponzi, thank you very much for your comments. I'm sorry, my colleagues and I were at both Emancipation at the Ennis Multi-Service Center with several of your neighbors probably having conversations, but we'll be sure to address concerns that you have. If I may, one more time, pick on my colleague, Dr. Frieden. He was the author of the Americans with Disabilities Act. This agency is not going to do anything that impacts accessibility for our customers or the residents of our region. Let's move to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Ms. Audrey Cologne. The next speaker is Ms. Erin Overhouse. Good morning.
Good morning. Before I get started, I wanted to let you know that Shane Copeland, who you called on several speakers ago, is on Zoom and would like to speak if there's an opportunity. Good morning again. My name is Erin Overhouse Locke. I am a resident of Eastwood. I am a board member of the Eastwood Civic Association, and I am the chair of the Eastwood Historic Home Tour, which will be celebrating its 25th anniversary this fall. Like others, I stand before you to ask you to delay the vote on the LPA for more than 1 to 2 weeks. I'd like to take some time to talk to you a little bit about why I love Eastwood and why I've chosen to live here and make this community my home. Greater Eastwood is a beautiful and curious place. Because of the original development of Eastwood, planned in 1912 by William A. Wilson as a residential oasis for young families, you will find the city's largest intact collection of craftsman bungalows, 4-square homes, Tudor bungalows, arts and crafts, and mission-style homes. Just a mile east of downtown Houston, this community was ahead of its time, serviced by an electric trolley system, a nod to the importance of transit to the vibrance of a community. Over the years, Greater Eastwood has expanded, taking some of those original architectural styles while mixing in the latest trends of architecture. Today, this community is diverse and is a collection of homes that blend old with new and still maintain this incredible character and vibrancy in the streets of the original planned neighborhood. Why do residents value and have such an emotional connection with Eastwood? When you ask, you'll hear some things like stunning tree canopies that line our streets with beloved old growth oaks, the neighborhood's historic charm and distinctive architecture, its walkability, neighbors on foot, despite our horrendous sidewalks, waving and stopping to chat on their daily outings, connectivity and proximity to other places by all means of transport, a community rich in diversity, and a deep, deep sense of community. An overpass through the geographic center of Eastwood is a detriment to the fabric and natural movements of our community. It will take the old growth oaks that we value so much, the ones that greet you as you enter our neighborhood on Lockwood Drive, welcoming you to the place we call home. It will also physically and visually divide the community at its geographic center. For those unfamiliar with the area, you might think about putting an overpass on Heights Boulevard. This is what you are asking us to do to our community. Our community values transportation options. It is a large part of why many people choose to live here. But we cannot accept a design with an overpass. We deserve a project that is for us, not over us. And we deserve more time to find solutions, to have deep and meaningful conversations about what alternatives there are and what their trade-offs are for our community. We ask that you delay this vote for more than 1 to 2 weeks. Direct staff to work with us and to find solutions that make this project better and allow this project to serve our community rather than sever it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Overhouse, for your comments. We're going to try and see if Mr. Copeland can join on Zoom. Mr. Copeland, if you can hear us, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Hello?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, good morning. My name is Shane Copeland, and I live at the corner of Lockwood and Rush Street, so segment 4 of the overpass. I would first like to thank Mr. Lambert and the board for agreeing to hear us today on such short notice and reiterate that I'm not against this project overall, but specifically against the overpass, the option on Lockwood. So 2 recurring themes I keep hearing about this project. One is effective community outreach, and the other being flexibility. On community outreach, I can't speak for anyone else in the community, but what I do know is that I only learned about this overpass because my neighbors told me about it, not from a Metro representative or any flyer or anything like that. Now, this was extremely disheartening considering that my house is clearly visible in the renderings of the overpass, which were only shown at in-person meetings. It wasn't until that I showed those photos actually to my wife that I learned that Metro representatives were actually taking photos of our house several months prior to me ever attending that meeting. And so I'm forced to ask you all then on the Metro board, why would you send someone to take pictures of my house, but not send someone to knock on my door? Why would you not at least leave a notice that, hey, we're going to build a 30-foot concrete overpass, about 20 feet from your property line, or at the very least, ask what my input would be or see what alternatives we'd like to propose. Because the sad truth is we have some very viable alternatives that I'm sure you all have already heard about. And those alternatives would spare not just my home, but our entire neighborhood. Now, over the past 2 weeks, there have been a lot of complaints about community outreach. And the response from Metro overall has been, we're sorry about that, we can do better. So I'm here today to say that you all on the board right here and right now hold the power to do just that by extending the deadline by more than 2 weeks and genuinely considering some of these proposed alternatives and different routes. Now, moving the route would address the second point I brought up about flexibility, which Metro has stated itself as a core value add for the BRT transit. There's nothing flexible about a 30-foot concrete overpass, and by utilizing already existing infrastructure or just moving the overpass to a more commercial section of the neighborhood, one that probably has warehouses and train yards, you're making not only the flexible decision, but the financially responsible decision. I can only imagine that rerouting the bus down York Street and utilizing an existing underpass would save millions compared to building a 30-foot overpass in our backyard. And so that's kind of all I have today. The decision at the end of the day is in your hands. We just hope that you all decide to be for the people and not over the people. So thank you.
Mr. Copeland, thank you for your comments. Appreciate your flexibility as we figured out Zoom and technology 3 years into the pandemic. So let's move to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Broderick Butler.
Morning, Mr. Butler. Good to see you again. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Chair, board, president, and staff, I've got an education today about other communities, but I'm only here to speak about mine. My name is Broderick Butler, and I'm a resident of Cynicwood neighborhood in Northeast Houston. In 2019, I challenged this board to enhance their relationship with the Northeast Houston community. The resources that you provided at last Tuesday's University Corridor Project meeting at HCC North Forest conveys that you truly hear us and see us. Thank you for that. As a community, and I believe that you have followed through with your efforts to date, as we again thank you from the initial 2019 meeting. But I also like to thank you for your desire for the agenda item, which is the open communities oriented bus routes, like the University Corridor Project. Your outreach efforts in my community has allowed our community to have our questions and concerns answered. Unlike these other communities, we had one specific concern, which was, did this line reach far enough physically into our community to reach ACC North Forest and a high school? But we went and did our own research and found that there was not a need for it. We have at the Tidwell Transit Center, where this line ends, 2 bus routes that will, if someone transfers, takes them to those locations. So when you look at a problem and address the questions yourself, we'd had no need to come to you, because now our only concern wasn't a concern. We had to answer that question for ourselves. So I stand here today to say that we are in support of the bus route coming into our community in the Northeast. I only learned of this other stuff. We do stand in solidarity with communities to seek their own solutions, but again, we don't have a concern as far as the route coming into Northeast Houston so far. The next item that I'd like to say is I would like to publicly commend the Metro liaison, Christine Moreno-Connor. She has been instrumental not only in displaying hard work and service, but also good faith in her duties. She was an excellent choice. You did my community and yourself a great service by appointing her as our liaison, and I want the board to know this. Lastly, it is as you continue to meet our challenges since 2019 and we continue to build this relationship, please keep the same energy and commitment toward delivering on infrastructure upgrades, resources, outreach, community-oriented policies, on-time performance, professionalism, and good faith that will be needed by the greater Northeast community as it relates to public transportation and mobility in the future. Other than that, again, from 2019 till today, I continue to say thank you. I continue to say I look forward to the relationship. I continue to say you have delivered, and I hope we'll continue to deliver, but we only will ask for more and hope that you keep the same energy. And again, I only found out about that, Chief Lambert, you are riding off into the sunset. Thank you again for all your service, your concern, and your compassion for my community. And again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler, for your comments. Thank you for telling us when we need to improve and also telling us when we're doing well. Thank you.
And also
Appreciate
thanking you when
Absolutely.
you do what you said you would do.
And continue to ask us for things that we need to improve on. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mr. Matthew Donovan.
Morning, Mr. Donovan. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Matthew Donovan. I have lived in the Greater East End for a decade, and Eastwood for almost 5 years. Eastwood is a melting pot that represents the best of Houston, a community with history and a unique spirit. I could not be more proud to be here today with my fellow neighbors standing up for our rights, our needs, and our respect. Let me first say that I am pro the bus rapid transit. Public transit and equitable access to mobility is something that I believe in, but it needs to be designed and developed to meet the needs of the communities that it's meant to serve. I have some specific objections today with segment 4. The lack of comprehensive community engagement and the failure to follow Metro's own practices around notifications and flyers is the first thing I'd like to highlight. A flyer was placed on my door March 3rd. It advertised meetings on February 25th and March 8th. This does not meet the practices that Metro stated of 7 to 10 days of prior notification. In addition, the flyers and the website that was shared did not speak to the overpass and the true impact of the project on the neighborhood. No details were shared online, no schematics were shared online, and residents had to be at in-person meetings to see them. This was hard to do if you got the flyer after the meeting. When schematics were provided in person, they obscured or diminished the impact of pedestrian crossings and impeded flow across Lockwood and the neighborhood. The impact of the overpass will serve to divide our community in a way that has not been done in other historic communities. So I ask you, what makes Eastwood different than the Heights or Montrose or River Oaks? The community wasn't consulted in the overpass review, and a true feasibility study was not provided. Why did we need 4 lanes for the underpass? Were there smaller or pedestrian and bus-only options studied? We don't know because the community was not consulted. About 4 or 5 months ago, there was a proposal that was submitted to the federal government around an underpass along the Samsung Polk corridor that could be leveraged. The Metro project manager admitted that was not consulted or reviewed as part of the feasibility study. At the end of the day, there's a pattern of decisions being made at the expense of our community. I implore you as the board to truly hear me and my fellow neighbors, understand our concerns, and not just listen to us in a meeting, but hear us and have a dialogue. I remember at the meeting that we had earlier this week, one of the Metro representatives looked at me and said, "I'm not here for the back and forth." We need a back and forth. We need everyone to be at the table having an open, honest dialogue where everyone feels heard, understood, and respected. In my personal experience, that hasn't happened so far. So we ask you to not just delay the vote, but to truly sit down with us, to truly understand our needs, and to make it feel like we are at the table, that we are respected, that we are understood, and that we are valued as a community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dominic, for your comments. The community engagement is a back and forth process, and if there is any doubts, I am certainly here for the back and forth. This is an exchange of ideas, things that you all want to see happen on the project, while balancing it with the overall needs of the project. So let's go to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Natalia Ware.
Nope, not here.
Our next speaker is Robert Denham. Our next speaker is Catherine Duggan. Good morning.
Morning, Ms. Duggan. Please unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Good morning. Please unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Ms. Duggan, we're going to try and come back to you after the next speaker. Hopefully you're able to hear us. We can see you online, but you are on mute, which means we cannot hear you.
The next speaker is Shavaz Brown.
Morning, Mr. Brown. Thank you for being here.
Shavaz Brown. Well said by the leaders of my neighborhood, Eastwood. I am a longtime Eastwood resident and homeowner. I oppose the LPA, and I agree with Councilman Gallegos that the LPA would result in irreparable harm to Eastwood. I believe history demographics, and dedication conditions all matter here. As far as history, you've heard about it, but I don't think you can fully appreciate the history of Eastwood until you walk our uneven streets, until you see the cracks in our sidewalks, until you see the varied architecture in our homes, and until you speak to the people who live there. Eastwood is a very special place. And speaking of people, I don't think it's been stressed enough, but Eastwood historically is a primarily Latino working class community, historically underprivileged. I have great passion for diverse communities. And when you look at the history of Eastwood and you look at the people who live there, extreme care and extreme caution must be exercised when government threatens to significantly disrupt a community of color. That's very important. Dedication conditions. I'm sure some of you all know that when subdivisions are created, the developer sets aside certain areas within that subdivision for public usage, whether it's streets, rights-of-ways, and things of that nature. And what we see a lot is developers embed conditions in these dedication instruments that reserve certain rights or interests. Some of those conditions are ridiculous and they're unenforceable. Some conditions are fair game and they are respected. What's important here is that our developer back in 1913 in the dedication instrument expressly subject the dedication to a few conditions, chief among them, that the streets shall at all times be used in the way best calculated to promote the comfort, convenience, and happiness of those having homes in Eastwood. Those aren't my words. Those are the words that are in the dedication from 1913. I did not hear at our meeting the other night that the Metro staff considered this condition as part of its analysis, and that may be fatal. And I contend that if the condition and the voices of the community are not legally dispositive, certainly they carry significant probative value of the quality of the plan relative to other viable alternatives. And I want to emphasize that as I stand here right now, there are viable alternatives to the plan that has been presented. This is not the only one. I believe that if this legal question were ever raised, it and the process for resolving it may impact timetables, the opportunity for coalition building, and, importantly, funding to achieve a greater mission. And when those things are considered, I believe that the plan that has been tentatively identified as a local preferred option becomes the least attractive plan that's on the table. An overpass in the epicenter of Eastwood is repugnant to our history, to the people who live in and around Eastwood, and I contend to the goals of Metro and our city. I ask that you deny any LPA. I appreciate the delay, but I'll just ask you, deny outright, when the time comes, any LPA that includes an overpass in our historic neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your comments. We're going to try one more time to see if Ms. Duggan can, I see thumbs up in the audience here, but we need her audio. Ms.
Catherine.
Duggan? Catherine Duggan, am I saying it right? We see you online. We still see you on mute.
Oh, okay, I think I found it.
I think we can hear you now, loud and clear.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for waiting for me to figure out Zoom. I greatly appreciate that we can call in virtually. Yes, thank you. So my name is Kat Duggan. I am a resident of Eastwood, and I would also like to join my voice, just like others have, not only to delay the vote, but also to vote against having an overpass go through my neighborhood. I live on Rusk Street, and I'm deeply concerned about the current project design. And I fear that if the board votes either today or later to approve this locally preferred alternative, then my concerns are not being addressed. I believe that there is a non-overpass solution for this project. These solutions may include alternative routes, maybe negotiating with Union Pacific, maybe even looking at how to do an underpass with flood mitigation, but I believe that we can do this without an overpass. I've lived in other cities that have had elevated lines for public transit. I chose this neighborhood because of its public transit options. I am for the BRT, I'm just not for the overpass. In those other places that I've lived with elevated lines, there have almost never been single-family homes near elevated public transit. You see that in Chicago, you see that in Philadelphia, you see that in New York City. This overpass is inviting townhouses and apartment complexes to be put in a neighborhood that from 1913 has been single-family homes. It's not just me. It's not just me that wants it, and it's not just me that's advocating on behalf of my neighborhood. There is a petition that has been going around for the last couple of weeks, recognizing and asking for not only a delay in the vote, but no overpass. I motion, and I hope the board can accept a physical printout of this petition. Will you accept it?
Please send it to us, whether it's electronic or hard copy. We'll figure a way to get the feedback. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, we have one physically printed out. So I want to share the volume of support for our Eastwood manifesto, if you could call it, asking for no overpass. There are 642 total signatures. Of those, 291 are from the greater Eastwood zip codes of 77003, 77004, 77011, and 77023. Beyond that, 452 are from greater Houston zip codes and 484 from Texas zip codes. I'm going to read to you what's in the petition. We, the undersigned, are opposed to the construction of the overpass being planned by the Metro Rapid for the University Bus Transit BRT corridor on Lockwood Drive, starting at McKinney Street and ending near Canal Street. We ask you to do the following: delay voting on the locally preferred alignment, which you guys have so lovingly done. Provide online availability to materials describing the alternatives so community members can review them in advance of public meetings. Extend the public comment period and present alternatives at public meetings that provide question and answer time and facilitate community discussion. Improve community outreach with communications that incorporate images and verbiage to depict the plan structures. I'd also add, this is not in the petition, it would also be great to have visualizations of the overpass from a person standing next to it. All of the images are from like a high level, which make it seem smaller than it is. And we know Houston can't build small structures, right? This isn't gonna look like the Philadelphia L.
Excuse me, you have 30 seconds remaining. Thank you.
Now back to the petition. The final item is to ensure public meeting notices are effective and use multiple communication methods in English and Spanish, including home visits, electronic communication, US mail, and television ads. So on behalf of myself and the 642 people who have signed this petition, I implore the Metro Board to not just postpone the vote, but also come up with an alternative to the overpass. I really appreciate the active community engagement so far. I'm really excited to see this line go in and serve our community. However, the overpass has to be out of the plan for our support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have received the hard copy from your colleagues in the audience. Go to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Mr. Mark Rodriguez.
Morning, Mr. Rodriguez. Welcome back.
Good morning, Chairman. I would like to thank Mr. Tom Lambert, and of course, Tom Jason, and all the board members for hearing us out. I really hope y'all try to pay attention to us instead of just hear us. I'm a business. I own two businesses in the Second Ward in Eastwood. I've been a resident for 53 years. I'm also the president of Oakland Fullerton Civic Association. I would really like some of y'all board members to look at the picture of Harrisburg Boulevard 13 years ago and go down there now. You see nothing but closed businesses. I think last time I did a count, it was over 30 businesses that have closed down since we put the light rail in our community. I'm not bashing the new Metro, I'm bashing the old Metro. I really hope the new Metro pays more attention to the community so they don't destroy Eastwood like they did on Harrisburg. Because what else can you think when you see all your friends that are losing their businesses for non-traffic and for all the other problems? In Eastwood is a historic part. I would really like y'all to consider the negative impact not only on Harrisburg, but to the whole community it does. What makes a community? The small businesses. I had a question. How did Richmond Avenue get to stop the light rail down Richmond? That might be a topic that I could probably get a phone call on, so maybe we can pursue the same thing. And if Metro has that much money to spend millions and millions of dollars, maybe they need to give the Metro PD more so they can give more incentives to their officers so they can patrol the rail. Because well, the last time I heard, Metro was short of officers. Well, you give them more incentives, they'll come and work for y'all. And the ridership on Harrisburg, I mean, I stand at my corner of Harrisburg and Adams selling cars, and I see that bus pass by and it's empty. But I really hope y'all can consider the delay for not 1 week or 2 weeks and really get the community input, what's better for the community. Also, maybe y'all need to consider Sampson and York as an alternative route. I mean, it looked good on a map. I mean, it might be better for the whole community. But thank y'all, and thank y'all board, and I appreciate everybody here. Thank you.
Mark, thank you for your comments.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Reese Campbell.
Morning, Mr. Campbell. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Yeah, first I want to thank you so much for your patience. I've sat on boards, and must be miserable. And so thank you so much. You're still paying attention. And I want to thank you also for allowing me to register late. You know, nothing's a better sign of good faith than that. And so I want to say that despite our complaints, you know, we can only assume that you're acting in good faith. But that doesn't mean that we don't still have questions, and that we want you to consider other alternatives, or to explain to us that you have. So I am a resident of Eastwood. My law practice is on Harrisburg, on the Green Line. I can take the Metro rail back and forth from my house to my work. We love the Metro, we support Metro. It's impossible for me to tell anybody how to get to my law office because it is on the Metro, right? So it's a one-way, and so it's a disaster when anybody tries to get there. But I still support the Metro. I love the Metro. I'll keep my law office there. But when we talk about the BRT, the first question we have is, why Lockwood? And the question, we ask that question because when we look at the criteria on, you know, what you're submitting for this grant, it appears to me that this segment 4 is a low rating, meaning the federal government wouldn't even fund it if it was on its own. The only reason it would be funded is because it's bundled with the other segments. So that makes it unjustifiable. And so for us who live there, why are we taking on this unjustified burden of Lockwood when there could be other alternatives? If York, you know, has less residential, then why, like, have you considered that? And if you have, can you share with us why you didn't go that direction? And the reason I say share with us that is I learned as a prosecutor years ago, I don't trust anyone equally. Categorically, I just don't trust anyone. I follow the evidence. And as long as you guys can show us that you did the same, then we will feel respected. And when we feel respected, of course, we give respect. But we need that information, and so I appreciate the delay that you're taking in order to consider those things. And so that's why we want to know why us on Lockwood. So my first opposition is to even have segment 4 through Lockwood at all. My second opposition is, if it is, in the alternative, that it's going to be on Lockwood. You know, Houston is objectively ugly. I love this town. It's diverse. We all love this place. It's ugly. But the view from my front yard on Walker, where my son plays, is beautiful. But it's on Walker and Lockwood, and that's where the proposed overpass will be on the rise. That proposed overpass goes over where my wife runs on Harrisburg Trail. Harrisburg Trail will now be in the shadows of an overpass. With an overpass, we all know, unfortunately, we don't take care of our homeless population. Unfortunately, overpasses act as shelters for our people with mental illness. That inherently makes it unsafe. My wife and her friend will not be able to run in the mornings on Harrisburg Trail if it's in the shadows of an overpass. This is the same place I run with my 3-year-old son in a stroller. I would probably be willing to run there on my own, but there's no way I can take my 3-year-old there. This is the path we take to get to Eastwood Park. What I'm saying is, this is our Heights Boulevard.
Excuse me, you have 30 seconds remaining.
And so, understand the human aspect of it, and understand that we are diabolically opposed to a structure that's going to act as a division of our community. At a time when we're tearing down overpasses because of their decisiveness or divisiveness, you guys are proposing to build one. So please consider other possible routes, and in the alternative, consider an underpass and look into the options of floodgates or whatever else is physically possible. Please just take the time to look into those things, and please respect us enough to share with us not just your conclusionary statements of this is what's best, but the information that you relied upon, so that we can make an evaluation. And if that's the conclusion, if we can come to the same conclusion that this is the best thing for the community, we can live with that. Thank you.
Mr. Campbell, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Mavalian McLemore. Okay. Our next speaker is Neil Meyer.
Morning, Mr. Meyer. Thank you for joining us.
How do, folks? So my name is Neil Meyer. Thanks for being patient today. It's 40 speakers, a lot of people to sit through. So yeah, I am here to speak on the NEPA study and the LPA, and I'd like to thank the board for delaying on the decision to go forward. I actually got interested I've been a nearly lifelong Houstonian. I actually got interested in this topic almost 20 years ago. And this agency has been around for almost 50 years. The first 20 years that this agency was in existence, there was a fierce debate in Houston. You know, the region was growing, and there was a lot of pressure to build rail and guideways. The thought was that this would, you know, improve congestion, that this would get more people to take transit. And so, you know, finally, 20 years ago, the rail line was built down. If I recall correctly, this agency got its peak ridership back in 2000, 2001 at about 101 million boardings a year. The rail line was built down Main Street. It replaced the 4 or 5 bus routes and Fannin that were there. It got good ridership, and then the agency, over the last 20 years has, built 3 rail lines, and is now operating a bus route on Post Oak Boulevard, that would be very similar to this. Just to, not only for the board, but for the audience, this is an actual NEPA study from 2006 for the North Corridor Rail Alignment. And this study is posted in December 2006. I've got several of these at home. The agency thought that this extension of the Main Street rail line would bring in 28,000 boardings a day. I've actually got it bookmarked here. Similar ridership was predicted for the southeast corridor down to the Palm Center. I can remember Gilbert Garcia getting up back in 2015 and telling a crowd at the Post Oak Hilton that there would be 14,000 riders a day on the Post Oak bus route. I looked at y'all's ridership data before I came into to the meeting today for January, your latest ridership, which is posted for January. The actual ridership for the North Corridor stops is at 5,400. The Southeast Corridor is at 3,600. The Harrisburg route is at 3,850. And the park and rides, which before COVID were getting about 30,000 people to come to downtown, y'all are now listing as having 12,900 people. And so all of this all together, I came to express a very deep skepticism that this is actually going to get more people to take transit, over the bus route that currently exists on Richmond and also on Lockwood, the bus routes that run down Lockwood. I've thought, what I would do if I were in y'all's shoes. I thought that, a no build, going with the NEPA and going with the no build option would maybe be the best way. I've thought, will this actually get more ridership?
Excuse me, you have 30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. After seeing the acts on Post Oak Boulevard, I'm no longer convinced of that. I would suggest maybe a no-build option, and then along with, rather than having a grand scope of a grand project, maybe doing bits and pieces of improvement, along the area, consult with the people from Eastwood, see what they could do, rather than having, a big giant project, because I'm not convinced this is going to work. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer, for your comment. We are told Mr. McLemore may be online, and we're going to try to see if we can get him on. Maybe. Right, let's go to the next speaker, and we'll continue to try to see if he can join us.
Okay, our next speaker is Phil Konecka.
Good morning, Mr. Konecka. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you. It's my first time to actually come and speak here at Metro. In 2015, I had the opportunity to work very closely with the mayoral candidate who did not win, came very close. In the course of that campaign, I got to sit next to him when we were briefed by the Uptown Association about the Post Oak line that was proposed, later built, and promises of tens of thousands of riders on a daily basis, and also some other benefits that would come from it. We also had the opportunity to have an executive briefing in that campaign with the senior staff here at Metro, and I always noted that one of the first things that happened was indicating that to me that I think there is some knowledge of what should be done, was how so many of the staff prefaced the entire meeting with, now please understand we're paid employees, we have to do what we're told. We have a problem in this town to where Metro is not putting together what the people want. I'm president of Maplewood Civic Club. I'm speaking today also for Robindale's neighborhood, who is right next door. We're at the end of the Hillcroft section of the proposed BRT. First time I've heard about it. No one came to me or my organization and asked for our input anywhere in that area. The first time I heard about it, there were drawings. And we just think that it's a statement about how the community is not included. The offshoot of the Post Oak line is that after it was built, later related to some of the work that I do, I documented on a daily basis over a number of days that within the margin of error, rather than tens of thousands of riders, no one rides the Post Oak line at all. The parking structure on West Park is dead empty. The BRT that's being proposed with the Metro Next that we're talking about is modeled on a line that through one of the busiest sectors of Houston, no one rides. And the people of this town need to understand that. Now, I understand the issues, concerns, and limitations of a politically appointed board. I don't understand the lack of foresight and the lack of serving the public of the political community that appoints them. I'm here not so much to address the board, but to make a public statement to the people here in this metro area that these projects do not exist to be well-shepherded uses of public money, or do they exist to serve the community? These projects are political projects meant to serve connected individuals, consultants, vendors, and politicians in the internal political community of this town. And they are not
Excuse me, you have 30
serving
seconds remaining.
the people of the metro area. We ask that you seek out and find out what the people want and need. My recommendation would be expansion of existing bus service. You could upgrade to more green vehicles and with a fraction of the money provide that. The other part of it is I often hear about how freedom of information does not come out to the people who request it. You're a tax organization. The minute people ask for that, it should be provided, except for personnel equipment. So I want it known that there are a great many people throughout Houston that want you to relook at this overall project, and that the people of Houston, this area, know that this project is not serving their community. Thank you.
Mr. Connector, thank you for being here and for your comments.
Our next speaker is Ms. Laura Vargas.
Don't tell me she changed her mind. We'll wait. Yep. Oh, sorry. Okay. I thought you changed your mind to make comments. My apologies. Is Ms. Vargas here? I know she was at the Capital Committee meeting. All right. Moving on to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Thomas Locke. Good afternoon, Mr. Locke.
Oh, sorry,
Please
it's online.
unmute your microphone.
Mr. Locke, we can see you online, but you're muted. If you can hear us, please unmute your, oh, yes, we can. I think we should be able to hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I called in the phone.
Mr. Locke, if you could disconnect one of your lines because we're getting a
I'm
repeat
just going to
feedback.
speak to the computer now. So
Yes, we can.
My name is Thomas Locke. I own 200-year-old homes in Eastwood, one where my family lives and one where my mother-in-law lives. I think you can tell by now the Eastwood community is a passionate, tight-knit, and vibrant, diverse community. The proposed route on Lockwood will split one of the oldest Hispanic neighborhoods in Houston by building the overpass through the middle of the neighborhood. There's nearly 100 years of data from nationwide projects like this, and the damage to minority neighborhoods when overpasses are built through them includes erosion of neighborhood cohesiveness and identity, negative health outcomes, increased crime, and economic impacts to local businesses and property values that negatively impact the transfer of wealth in these populations for generations. The route also goes directly next to both Cage Elementary and Austin High School. During our meeting with Metro representatives this past Tuesday, they said they'd not spoken with the new principals of either of these schools or studied the potential safety impacts of bus rapid transit around student pickup and drop-off areas. As Ms. Gorczynski, Chapa, and many of the other neighbors have talked about, Scott Street is less than half a mile away and splits into one-way streets with 4 lanes in either direction at McKinney, where the overpass is currently planned to be built through our neighborhood. If the BRT was routed there, it would avoid school zones, it would avoid splitting a neighborhood with an overpass, It would connect multiple apartment complexes, including the Houston Housing Authority's New Hope Transitional Apartments, and it would connect with the Harrisburg Light Rail Station at the coffee plant. All of this seems to make sense instead of splitting a neighborhood in half with an overpass. Additionally, the city is already planning to create an underpass under the railroad tracks on Sampson and York, and so that would eliminate the need for an overpass and remove any concerns about the use of eminent domain or spending money on building an overpass. When asked about this possibility last Tuesday, Metro representatives said that they did not know about the City of Houston plans to build an overpass on York or Sampson. This neighborhood wants to support the BRT, but they will not support an overpass splitting the neighborhood in half. I hope that after everything you've heard so far today, you know that that is what the neighborhood really wants. This is not a neighborhood preferred alternative to have an overpass split our neighborhood. I appreciate you delaying the vote now, but once you vote, that'll lock in the route on Lockwood to where we can't shift outside of that. And Metro has said that there are no alternatives that are viable around creating an underpass or doing anything besides an overpass if we're locked in on the route on Lockwood. Unfortunately, if that's what happens, the only option available to the neighborhood is legal. And if we sue or get an injunction that forces Metro to miss deadlines, it could kill this project. And I think the neighborhood has already expressed that they are not against the BRT or Metro, and they don't want to kill the project. But if you lock in an overpass on Lockwood, that is the only viable option left for this neighborhood.
Excuse me, you have 30 seconds remaining, Mr. Locke.
So we ask that you really work with the neighborhood and find an alternative route to do what's best for the city of Houston and the neighborhood of Eastwood. And so I hope you take that into consideration and work with us further to try and achieve what's best for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. We're going to make one more attempt to see if Mr. McLemore is still online and wanting to provide public comments. Not seeing that, we have two other speakers that have called in apparently.
Yes. Ms. Pamela Hall. Mr. Steve Walsh.
All right. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for giving us your feedback. I think it's been about 2.5 hours of folks sitting in one place. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break and we'll be back. The time is 12:30 and we will be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. We're going to convene the March 2023 board meeting back after a short recess. Still plenty of items to cover on the agenda. Do we need a roll call or no? We good? We good? I want to acknowledge that Mayor Elder and Troy Taylor are joining us virtually on this at the board meeting. Once again, we are going to have a discussion on item number 17 with a presentation. We've heard from the community, we've heard from other stakeholders. We want to be sure we're giving ourselves enough time to explain all of the detailed work that has already been done, allow us to explore other alternatives, both along segment 4 and segment 5, and further engage with the community. I understand that for those that have been following the University Corridor, the first version of the University Corridor probably dates back to the late 90s, early 2000s. Obviously did not go that far east during that iteration, that version of the University Corridor. For those that are probably tuning in over the last couple of weeks or maybe over the last month, we want to be sure they have time to look at all of the work that's gone into this and continue to see how we can refine this project. By no means is today or whenever we reconvene to talk about the LPA, in many ways that is the beginning of the more detailed community engagement, because that's where design actually happens. This project is not ready for construction by any stretch of the imagination. This is a 25.3 mile long corridor. So for my colleagues and I, this is about two distinct things, both equally important. It's looking at how the 25.3 mile corridor is transformational for the Houston region, what it'll do for us today, tomorrow, and for the next 50 years as our population continues to grow. And as we've heard both in the community feedback is, we've got to find better ways of moving around our region for a better quality of life. Now, the other thing that we also have to balance is not just how the 25-mile corridor impacts the corridor and the region, but also how it impacts every community, every resident, every business along that corridor. Distinctly different sets of things to consider, but that is the job that we've been tasked with. So we're going to continue to find opportunities to sit down and talk to multiple communities, Eastwood and beyond. But I do want to say a few things. First of all, thank you to all the commenters for constructive feedback, for telling us where you support parts of the project, where you have issues with certain parts of the project. I want to, for those that may be tuning in, there should be and will be more community engagement. Having said that, we've had at least 5 community meetings on segment 4 over the last 12 to 14 months. One of them was exclusively in Spanish. There have been multiple virtual meetings as well as specific engagements with greater super neighborhood associations, with the Eastwood Association, and many more. That process will continue. That's the commitment from Metro for us to continue to do that as we refine how the University Corridor gets built. We'll talk a lot more about this when we get to item number 17. I want to thank both the community for the feedback. I want to thank staff and the team for the tremendous amount of work that's gone into this. Some of it is trying to get things done within a time frame that we want to stick with when it comes to the federal process. With that, Mr. Lambert, any comments that you may have before we go to other items and get back to item 17 during the presentation?
No, sir. We look forward to getting engaged with the community and see what our next step opportunities are.
Man, it looks like I'm the verbose one today. No, I'm just kidding. Normally the case? All right. I'm going to go try and see if we can get to... All right. Let's move to the next item on the agenda, which would be the approval of the minutes of the board meeting on February 23rd, 2023. Do I have a motion?
This is Troy Taylor. I approve that we approve the minutes as written.
Diane Luter, second.
Don Elber, second.
Properly moved and seconded. Folks are in a hurry to take action on action items. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? We have approved set of minutes for the February board meeting. Let's move to the President and CEO's report, Mr. Lambert.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if I have the President and CEO's report, now I'm ready to have a little conversation. Next slide, please. Last month we... It's okay, cut me off anytime you want to, Mr. Chairman. Last month we celebrated Black History Month at Metro with a virtual program. The theme was Generations in the Workplace, and I want to thank all of our colleagues at Metro that served as panelists for highlighting their generational representation here at Metro and how we can better learn from each other to better communicate. It was a very good program and learned a lot in that. I want to thank you, Chair Rahm, board members Don Elder, Troy Taylor, Diane Luder, and Dr. Lex Frieden for also participating. Next slide. I had the opportunity to join Mayor Sylvester Turner's spring break press conference to inform the public on how to navigate the city to attend the popular attractions. As you know, from downtown, the medical center, and NRG, when we've got spring break with zoo visits, museum visits, park visits, medical center, everyday activities, Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, the city about 13 years ago put together a coordinated traffic management plan, and Metro was very much a part of that. So we wanted to celebrate how folks could join in and better learn how to maneuver around the region. We were joined by representatives from Rodeo Houston, the Houston Museum of Natural Science, and the Texas Medical Center as we collectively highlighted options for traveling around our community during spring break. Next slide. I had the pleasure to attend the North Houston Highway Improvement Project press conference by Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee and Federal Highway Administrator Shaylon Bott. As you know, this much anticipated project is now moving forward and will align with our Metro Next moving forward plan. So we look forward to working with TxDOT, the city, county, and all of our partners moving that project along to make sure the transit elements get very much embodied in that. Next slide. March 18th was Transit Worker Appreciation Day, but here at Metro we celebrate that every day. Public transit workers, as you hear the importance of public transit, make it possible for all members of society to access health care, jobs, education, visiting with family, going to church, and improves overall quality of life in our communities. And so I really want to celebrate all the workers at Metro for what they do each and every day to serve this community. Next slide. I'd now like to mention two of my colleagues who are moving on to retirement. And I really want to reflect on all they've done to bring to service to the organization, to our community. Retiring with 31 years of service as a training instructor is Charlie Kennedy. But I also want to highlight Charlie. Charlie also won the American Public Transit Association International Bus Operator Competition in representing this agency. And then we made him a training instructor. So I want to thank Charlie for his service. And then Nita Smith-White, 32 years as a bus operator, and I want to compliment her for her service to our community and to the organization. Next slide. Now I'd like to acknowledge our bus operator of the month from each of our operating facilities. As you know, these operators go above and beyond each and every day to get people where they need to go safely and to ensure that they have a good positive experience as they move around our community. I want to congratulate the operators this month: Danielle Smith from Fallbrook, Franklin Gonzalez from Hiram Clark, Rupert Lewis from West, and Cindy Williams from the Polk Street facility. Now I want to continue my theme. We've heard a lot today about my retirement coming up. So as I mentioned to the board last month when I announced the retirement and look forward to delivering a lot of things for the next 9 months or so, I still want to celebrate this community, and I want to celebrate the employees in this community before I got here. So I'm going to continue to tell stories between now and the end of the year. So here's my next storytelling to recognize the employees at Metro. Run the video.
An organization is only as good as the people in the organization. Technology's wonderful, systems are wonderful, all those things are great, but it's people that make all those things happen. When you have an organization and committed employees that are very good at what they do, and they're very confident of what they do, they can make sure they're fully supporting a community no matter what the circumstance may be, whether it's the calm of every day or the calm of even in crisis. And so we've always been able to deliver to make sure that we did our part of bringing the community back to normalcy as fast as we can. I learned a long time ago, you're not a leader if you don't have followers. And if you don't take care of the people, then you're really not going to accomplish anything. There used to be a saying that, well, people will leave their problems at home, and all. That's not true. Everybody's going to bring problems to work with them. That's because we're human. And the more you really show people you do care about them, I think there's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't mean you can't still have high expectations. It doesn't mean you still can't hold people accountable. But what it says is, look, I care about you. I want to make sure that you and your family are doing well, and I'll assure you they'll step up for you when you need them to step up for the organizations. What my philosophy has always been is recognize that the great thing about this agency is the diversity of the people in this agency. The different thoughts they have, the different life experiences. If you allow people and empower people to input, and you actively listen to what they say, they will help you be successful in moving an agency forward. I'm very proud of what the organization's done.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my monthly report.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. I thought he was going to go 9 months and start talking about hours and days and all of that. No.
I'm doing that at 6 months.
Okay, all right. Now, thank you, Mr. Lambert. Congratulations to the bus operators of the month and to our 2 retirees. If I may say something about Mr. Kennedy, I've had the pleasure of having been trained on how to drive a bus inside a fence, don't worry, by a world champion of the bus rodeo, and I hope we can bring him out of retirement to train us one more time as we go to bus rodeo later on in 2023.
That's some of the most fun I've ever had with Charlie Kennedy. The guy's a hoot.
Oh, he gave me some tips. I might have tested his patience, but he knows exactly within a millimeter of where that bus is going to be. So congratulations to Mr. Kennedy and to our other retirees as well. Let's go to the chair's report, please. If we could go to the next slide. Last month, Mr. Lambert and I were invited to a roundtable discussion with the administrator of the Federal Railroad Administration, Amit Bose, a topic of conversation today as well. We had a good time sitting down talking with multiple partners from across the region. This goes to Metro not looking at projects just as a transit project, but about how we can truly improve mobility across the region. There are several challenges that we do face with the railroads, and with that comes opportunities, and it's for us to see how we can explore opportunities to solve the problem, not just for transit, but for everybody that has experienced time sitting stuck between 2 railroads. Earlier, next slide, please. Earlier this month was Infra Day Texas in Austin. The event provided an opportunity for both the public and private sector to come together, an opportunity to interact, network, look at things others are doing to where the infrastructure market is headed in addressing the mobility challenges of Texas. That's the portion we were focused on. It was a broad-based infrastructure conference, including water issues, broadband issues, so on and so forth. Was happy to talk about what we're doing here at Metro and how we are going forward on the Metro Next Moving Forward plan as we look to see. This is a problem that many major metro areas in Texas are facing, a boom in population, and how we've got to find multiple modes of moving around our region in order for us to continue to remain economically competitive. If we could go to the next slide. As you all know, we've had a series of community meetings, virtual, in-person, spread across the 25-mile corridor. One of these was at the Emancipation Park earlier this month. Good turnout and much needed feedback on what the community thinks about the Metro Rapid University corridor. I want to thank board members Diane Luder and Dr. Lex Frieden for attending the meeting. They're pictured here. And to all of our board members who've taken the time to attend various Metro Rapid meetings over the last several weeks, frankly, over the last 2 months. We are grateful for the public feedback here today and throughout the process for this project. If I might also add, with respect to community comments here today, we've ridden, driven, walked, ridden a bike through multiple segments of this 25-mile corridor, so we know what it is that's going to be implemented. You will hear more about public engagement a little later on item 17, but want to thank our press office for the video that we're going to share at this time.
System that encourages people to use their car less and engage with society more is just a good thing for the environment and for society as a whole.
If there was a line that could take me relatively from my work, from my home to my work, I would ride that all the time.
My concerns with this project is I do think that we should listen to residents, their concerns about displacement, ensuring that people who live here and the businesses and their livelihoods are not negatively impacted.
I've been to several so far just to get as much information as I can about what is going to happen. It's very much impacting our neighborhood. So I want to know, what's the access, the timeline.
A big problem that I have with my currently using Metro is the wait times, and knowing that the new system is going to have shorter wait times and this nice new station next to me is exciting, so I want to learn more about it.
It's the connection between Chinatown all the way to downtown. You're bringing so many opportunities together, so people who want to come and enjoy Asian culture, Asian cuisine, it doesn't matter where you live, whether you live in the East End, you live in downtown, you live on the northeast side, you now have a fast and safe way to get here.
I live on West Park and on Newcastle. It'd be really nice to be able to take the bus to work instead of having to drive. It's more than just a bus route. It's a lot about beautification of the roads and the neighborhoods, like adding proper sidewalks and adding trees.
I love how it's going to hook up to all these different transit centers, the different neighborhoods.
Well, we focused most of today on Eastwood. This is along the entire 25-mile corridor on what we heard from our community members. If we could move to slide number 6. Next slide. All right. Earlier this month, the American Public Transportation Association held its legislative conference in Washington, D.C., convening hundreds of public transportation industry professionals from across the country. A lot of excitement on multimodalism, and I believe this was the highest attendance of any legislative conference that APTA has had. During our time in D.C., the team had a meeting with the administrator and the deputy administrator of the Federal Railroad Administration. We were able to talk to them about several of the challenges that we are facing, particularly along the University Bus Rapid Transit Corridor, building on our roundtable with them in Houston, and to see what opportunities there may be so that we are actually able to make sure not just transit, but all residents of the region are able to not be, are able to get across railroad lines without being stuck on a daily, consistent basis, whether it is cars, whether it's transit, whether it's bike lanes, whether it's pedestrian. The FTA Federal Transit Administrator, Nuria Fernandez, discussed the year ahead in public transit and also the implementation of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, IIJA. She also announced a proposal to expand urban formula funding requirements that would allow transit agencies to apply funds to support operating expenses as well. In the opening session of the conference, the FTA administrator mentioned that the Department of Transportation had recommended the university project receive $150 million in President Biden's fiscal 2024 budget. Let's take a look to see what she had to say in her own words.
The nation's fourth largest city, Houston, is growing fast, and its transit system will grow with it. Houston Metro's University Corridor, BRT, is being recommended for $150 million in the CIG. This project will show the incredible potential of BRT in a congested downtown by featuring dedicated bus lanes for all 25 miles. It will connect at least 4 colleges and universities, which is great for students like Isaiah McMan, who attends Texas Southern. He lives downtown and he takes the bus to his business classes every day. He says the bus is perfect for him, but the University Corridor BRT will be even better.
So the FTA administrator not only was talking about our project, she even knew where the Houston contingent was sitting, even before they started clapping. So I want to thank board members Troy Taylor, Bob Fry, Terry Morales, and Diane Lutter for joining me, and President and CEO Tom Lambert in Washington, D.C. for this conference. Let's go to the next slide, please. Late last month, we welcomed U.S. Secretary of Labor Marty Walsh and Deputy Secretary Julie Su and the White House National Climate Advisor Ali Zaidi, who visited the Kashmir bus operating facility. Secretary Walsh got a first-hand look at Metro's first electric bus and recognized both the Transportation Workers Union Local 260 and Metro's efforts to expand green jobs and create economic opportunities for residents in traditionally underserved communities. This was also the launch of an apprenticeship program on how we train mechanics, work with them as they go through training and become part of the Metro family. I think Secretary Walsh was pleased to see the number of engines that we are fixing, but also how clean the workshop floor was. And this was also, as you all may have heard, Secretary Walsh has had announced by then his intention to step down, and a few hours before their visit to the Kashmir bus facility, President Biden nominated Deputy Secretary Julie Su to be his nominee for Secretary of Labor, and this was probably her first outing after the nomination. We were glad to host her. I want to also thank our labor leaders from the Texas Gulf Coast Area Labor Federation, the AFL-CIO, and TW Local 260, Horace Marvis, for their engagement. And that concludes my report. We'll now turn to the monthly working committee report, starting with the Finance and Audit Committee, Director Morales.
Thank you, Chair Ram. On March 16, 2023, we had the Finance and Audit Committee meeting. There were 2 public speakers. We also have 2 items for separate consideration on the agenda today. One is to request the board to accept and approve the fiscal year 2022 annual comprehensive financial report, including the independent auditor's report on Metro's financial statements. The auditors from KPMG gave a presentation, and I'm happy to report we had no material findings. A full report is in the board packet. We also have scheduled for board approval the proposed fiscal year 2023 pool of underwriters. We had a grant notification for grant application for the low or no emissions grant program sponsored by the FTA. We also had 2 approvals. One was to committee approvals. One was to approve the anticipated procurement applications, and one to request the committee to approve the issue of an RFP for consulting services for Metro's other post-employment benefits plan that we have. And as soon as we get that done, we can move forward with funding our OPEB. So that's good that we're going to finally try to get that approved today and move that along. And lastly, we had our committee briefing items, the monthly compliance report and the monthly financial reports. And all reports are, full reports are in your board packet. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Morales. Next, we'll move to Dr. Frieden, the Chair of the Administration Committee, for his report.
Thank you, Chair. The Administration Committee met on March the 21st, and we had 2 speakers from the public. We considered a number of items. We have 1 item to be referred to the board for full board consideration. That pertains to infrastructure services on our information systems. We also had 2 items that the committee approved. One of them associated with procurement solicitations to be brought forward, and another one related to pre-employment background investigation services. We had a number of briefings at the meeting. We reviewed the Metro's defined benefit pension plan. We had a review of the Small Business Enterprise Program FY 2022 fact book. We reviewed our disparity study that has been ongoing implementation efforts for the last 2 years. We had an update on Metro Lift services. We had our monthly human resources metrics report, our governmental affairs report, our media report, and our marketing report. That concludes my report, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Frieden. We'll move to Director Taylor, Chair of the Capital and Strategic Planning Committee.
Sure, thank you, Chair. We met on Tuesday, March 21st as well. We had multiple speakers discussing segment 4 in particular, and we also we have one item for board authorization that's on the consent agenda for a 6-month contract for traffic systems construction for the purchase of a traffic lab equipment. And then we also had a request as it relates to procurements, a request to approve competitive seal proposal for construction contracts for the Westheimer Boost 82 segments 1, 2, and 3 projects. We did have a presentation on the University Corridor, and I think you'll see more of that a little bit later. And we concluded shortly after. Well-attended meeting, very lively, and this concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. We'll move to Director Fry, Chairman of the Public Safety, Customer Service, and Operations Committee.
The Public Safety, Customer Service, and Operations Working Committee met on March 16th. We had a quorum present. The safety topic was rail crossing safety, which was appropriate given the crowds for the rodeo. We've got 4 items for board of consideration relating to maintenance and purchase of vehicles and assistance with our Metro, our contractor on the Metro lift. We had our normal monthly briefings. We had a briefing on coordination for the NCAA, which comes up next week. And we had a briefing on our proposed June 2023 service enhancements. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman Fry. We'll move to Director Luder, Chair of the Joint Development and Land Use Committee.
Thank you very much. We met on Tuesday, March the 21st, 2023. We had 2 public speakers, and we had a briefing, our monthly update on the Joint Development and Transit-Orient Development. And this month it focused on the Addicts Park and Ride and the Tidwell Park and Ride. We also received updates on public briefings that have occurred in the past month, and also those that are scheduled. We have no items for voting, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Luder. We now have a briefing from KPMG on Metro's fiscal year 2022 annual comprehensive financial report and compliance with the Texas Public Funds Investment Act. JB and JK is what you told us, so
yes.
I'm going to stick to that terminology.
Okay, and just
good to see you again.
Yes, thank you. I'm JK. Just so we're clear, John Kennedy. I'm a partner with KPMG, and my colleague who's on spring break, JB, John Bennett, is not here today.
Did you want to trade with him? No.
Well, he's in Vegas, so I don't know. It has some appeal. I'm going to go ahead and leave most of this report with you, given respect for your time today, in written form, if I could. But I just want to say right up front to George and his team, Fatinos, that they really did a great job on the audit. You'll see that the results were very clean, and we appreciate all the support that the Metro throughout the organization gave us throughout the process. If I go to the next slide, please. Actually, next slide after that, if you don't mind. I'm just going to talk, mainly the top bullet says outstanding matters. We are at this point, we've completed the financial statement audit. It was an unmodified audit opinion, which is a clean audit opinion, and that's now been issued and provided to Metro. So it is ready for public distribution. We do 3 audits for you. Financial statement audit is the first. Second is the single audit, which is the audit of the federal grants. As of this date, we're just in process, really just getting started. So I don't have much to report there, but we're auditing 2 of your largest grant programs. And then also we do some work relative to the National Transit Database. It's a required audit for transit authorities like yourself. And we have completed everything we can to this point and no findings to date. We're just waiting for some final guidance from the FTA so we can conclude that process. And really I should say you would conclude that process, and then we finish our audit procedures over that. And Albert Lynn, who I don't think is here, is our main contact there, and we appreciate his support as well. And then one thing I want to make sure I point out, when we conduct an audit, we certainly look at your accounting records for the quality of those records. The third bullet down, audit misstatements, we found no audit misstatements and adjustments we need to make to those financial records. So we certainly think it's a compliment to you that your accounting records appear to be in very good shape. Next slide, if I could, please. We'll talk a little more about this top section, significant accounting estimates, on a future slide, but you have two significant estimates related to your pensions and OPEB. OPEB is retiree health care benefits, and you have a number of assumptions relative to that, be it interest rate environment, healthcare trends, et cetera. You work with third parties to help to develop those, and we then evaluate those and found that the assumptions used were appropriate, and we believe the liabilities are fairly stated, which we'll talk about in a few slides. Down the subsequent events, so going down to the next, the one up from the bottom, just a couple things. On the OPEB, interestingly, the interest rate environment, as the interest rates have increased, that actually has given you some benefit relative to the OPEB liability. So if you measure that liability today compared to when you measured it a year ago, it would be about $175 million less. And so that's disclosed in your financial statements. Subsequent to year end, you paid off all of your commercial paper, which I think is a testament once again to the health of the organization, but $83 million worth. And so that happened after year end. And then lastly, because of the unrest in the banking field, we did spend some time before we issued, making sure we visited with George and his team and looking at your records. You don't seem to have any exposure to the Silicon Valley Bank or Signature banks, and so we wanted to make sure we positively stated that, but we certainly did due diligence before we issued the financial statements, which we issued last week. And while we don't audit to fraud, we do certain procedures over that, and we didn't identify any concerns relative to fraud, or nor did we identify any material fraud of any sort that we would want to report to this board. Next slide, and actually I'm going to skip that slide because there's really nothing there to speak of, so I want to go to this slide. Thank you. So I mentioned the pensions and the OPEB. This is really among the largest liabilities that Metro has. And so the top section is the pension liabilities. And these are two plans, union and non-union. They're funded, which means you're setting aside assets to fund those. The unfunded portion of that liability as of today is $185 million. Both those plans are frozen, which means that they are frozen to new entrants. So you're really just working with those individuals that were grandfathered in about a decade ago. And so that liability decreased $28 million this year. And once again, due to the funding, that really allows you to do that because you've had a great return on your investments over the last year. The next section down is the OPEB, which is the retiree health care. The non-union plan is frozen as well, so no new participants, but the union plan is still open. And these plans are unfunded, which means that you're paying as you go. So as the liabilities come up, you pay them. You can see on the top line, the union OPEB liability is the largest. It's actually increased $25 million this last year. And once again, it's due to new people entering, and also there's the new benefits you've committed. And so I know you have plans in place to address it, but collectively, these plans represent about $1 billion liability to the organization as of the date of this audit. Then last slide, if I could, just the Texas Public Funds Investment Act. We're required to do some procedures over that. We test your compliance relative to policy, trainings, investments that you hold. No issues. We found you to be fully in compliance with the Texas Public Funds Investment Act. And with that, I think I will conclude and would stand for any questions or otherwise.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Any questions for John? Thank you for the clean report. We had a deeper dive into this at committee meeting. I want to make two comments. On the union OPEB that is still open, it is funded annually, which is a pay-as-you-go. Yes. And I think since the date of that report, thanks to how markets have performed, thankfully well, in the case of the union OPEB, that liability has gone down by another $150 million. So we're starting at a good place, and with action today, I want to compliment Chair Morales for leading the effort on the OPEB. We should be well on our way to addressing some of the things we should be doing to take care of our union and non-union employees. So thank you very much.
Indeed, thank you.
And thank you for your patience for sticking around until we got to your agenda item.
Well, you always appreciate passion. So anyway, thank you for having me. It's good to work with you.
Thank you. Let's see. Let's move now to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Frieden. Do I have a second?
Diane Luder, second.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on the item? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We now go to item number 10. Director Morales.
I move that the board approve Metro's fiscal year 2022 annual comprehensive financial report included in the meeting materials and accept KPMG LLP's verbal report regarding its review of Metro's compliance with Section 2256.023 of the Texas Public Funds Investment Act, and that the board authorize and direct the president and CEO or his designee to post the annual comprehensive financial report on the Metro website to make it available for public inspection and to deliver and/or file such report with certain officials of the state of Texas, including the governor, the lieutenant governor, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and the state auditor, and any oversight and/or other agencies and organizations as appropriate to comply with applicable rules, regulations, and laws.
Do I have a second?
Bob Fry, second.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll now move to item number 11 on the pool of underwriters for 2023. Director Morales.
I move that the board approve the pool of pre-qualified underwriters from which Metro can engage to sell its debt in the open market included in the meeting materials.
Do I have a second?
Don Elder, second.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I just want to point out one more time that all of these items are vetted in detail during our committee meetings so that we can take action during the board meeting. Item number 12, Dr. Frieden.
I move the board authorize the president and CEO to negotiate and execute a contract with the Pilotin Group, LLC, to provide implementation services for Phase 1 of the transition from SAP Supplier Relationship Management Solution to the new SAP Ariba Strategic Sourcing Solution, with a maximum contract amount of $1,466,576.
Do I have a second?
Second, Diane Luter.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We still have quorum of the board. Item number 13, Director Fry.
I move that the board authorize the president and CEO to negotiate and execute a 3-year joint maintenance agreement with Houston Endowment Management District to provide cleaning services for Metro bus stops and bus shelters located within the management district's area with a maximum contract amount of $865,795.35.
Second, Lex Frieden.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Item number 14, back to Director Fry.
I move that the board authorize the president and CEO to negotiate and execute a 2-year contract with 2 options to extend the contract term for an additional 1-year period with the Amerimowers Landscaping to provide landscape maintenance services for Metro public facilities with a not-to-exceed amount of $3,142,600 plus a 10% owner-controlled contingency of $314,260.
Do I have a second?
Second, Diane Luter.
Moved and seconded properly. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item number 15, Director Fry.
I move that the board authorize the president and CEO to negotiate and execute a contract with Silsby Ford through its participation in the interlocal purchasing system of the Region 8 Education Service Center for the purchase of 25 non-revenue vehicles to support Metro's rail, bus, and police operations with a not-to-exceed amount of $2,220,013 plus a 10% owner-controlled contingency of $222,001.30.
Do I have a second?
Second, Diane Luter.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Item number 16, back to Director Fry.
I move that the board authorize the president and CEO to negotiate and execute a contract modification with MP Transportation Incorporated for the contractor to develop an enhanced recruitment and retention program for drivers, providing additional dedicated resources for Metrolift's expanding paratransit and curb-to-curb minivan program service area, increase the maximum contract amount by $17,628,013, plus an owner-controlled contingency of $12,143,376, resulting in a new maximum contract amount of $191,137,531, and transfer FY 2023 operating budget funds to or within the Department of Operations to cover the cost of this contract modification.
Second, Lex Frieden.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on the item? This is to allow us to make sure we find drivers for our Metro Lift services, given the tough market conditions and the shortage in availability of drivers.
Yes, sir.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We now move to item number 17, which is no longer an action item, but a briefing item, which is on the Metro Rapid University Corridor project. And our project manager, Yohanna Mahmood. Okay, can I say this?
Yes, sir.
I think the two presenters that you're going to see, I didn't get a chance to mention this at the Capital Committee meeting. The two folks leading this effort are Yohanna and the public engagement with Tanya. And what a better way to celebrate Women's History Month at Metro than having the jewel of the Metro Next plan being led by two women making changes that will benefit the region for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'm here to brief the board on the locally preferred alternative for the Metro Rapid University. We will begin by sharing with you the facts about the extensive public engagement that Metro has conducted for this project and show how public feedback is being integrated into the design this far. I would like to then highlight the importance and benefits of the project to the Houston community and outline our next steps. I will end the presentation walking you through the locally preferred alternative. This is an important step in the process of engagement. This is an important step on the process of this project, but it is not the last step in terms of public engagement and design, and so I just wanted to remind you of that. I will now pass it on to our Vice President of Public Engagement, Tanya McWashington, to walk you through our extensive public engagement that has been conducted for this project.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. So we started this effort in the summer of 2021 when we sat down with the project team and just brainstormed a little bit on how we were going to move forward with this project. Speaking about public engagement was just an essential discussion topic. We were very clear in our work with the project team that public engagement had to be ongoing, it had to be flexible. We also needed to make sure that we understood the magnitude of the project in terms of the length, 25-mile corridor, but a very, very, very diverse corridor. So we had to make sure that we tailored our engagement efforts for each of those areas. In doing that, we decided we needed to model our public engagement program basically how the planning or the project was being modeled in dividing it into segments and assigning liaisons. So we have dedicated staff to each of the project segments, and we also have consultant staff that are supporting us, which demonstrates just our commitment, number one, to the engagement process and how robust we know that it needs to be. I mentioned we started in there we go. We started this effort in the summer of 2021. We did a project introduction that involved a direct mailer that was introducing the project. It had been some time between when the referendum was adopted. We had the COVID pandemic that kind of took us away from some things, and we knew people may not have remembered a lot of the engagement efforts that took place prior to then. And so we wanted to do just a project introduction just to re-engage people with Metro Next and the projects that followed. We did our public meetings in July 2022, and then as you all have heard today, we had a series that just concluded this month. Through that effort, we have received a number of public comments and are continuing to see those comments every day. As part of our program plan, we knew that we could not develop an engagement program that focused on expecting people to come to us. So we were very intentional about identifying opportunities where we could meet people where they were. And so project briefings were held with many organizations that were kind enough to invite us to come. These were held in person and virtually. And as we've done that engagement over the last couple of years, we have collected that feedback and made sure that project modifications were being developed in response to the feedback that we were receiving. As noted earlier, we've had active engagement with elected officials. We don't want to lose our Metro customers in this discussion. So we've been very intentional about making sure that survey opportunities, going to transit centers, park and rides where this project is intended to touch, that we're having conversations with our customers out in the field, management districts, universities where there are partnership opportunities. Those communications started very early on in the process. Our engagement with neighborhood associations and civic clubs. And this is where we always learn something. We tend to go to the super neighborhood councils, assuming that they are, just the perfect place to reach folks, and they are in many cases. But we heard very loud and clear from a lot of the communities along the alignment that, you're not reaching everyone if you just go to the super neighborhood council. So you're going to have to dig down deeper, and we've been committed to doing that, as well as our community and business organizations. I mentioned the virtual open house. We've had 19 in-person public meetings. Understanding the language needs throughout the corridor, we've had language interpreters at those meetings as well as transcribers. There are different language needs and literacy needs that are different throughout the corridor, so we want to make sure that there are always opportunities for people to provide meaningful input. When we think about where we can reach people, sometimes it's at where they play. So we look at where we can set up tents and table displays at community outreach events, and that's where we can continue to raise awareness about the project. In terms of collecting feedback, we worked with our customer service team to modify our public comment portal a little bit so we could very specifically categorize and collect feedback from the public. As I mentioned earlier, those comments are still coming in today, the dedicated project webpage. It's been mentioned our direct mailers that were sent out. I think we have a count to date of over 450,000 direct mailers that have been sent out over the course of our engagement efforts along this project corridor. Having targeted social media has been important as well. So social ads that we have done over the course of the project have been critical to raising awareness about the project. In this last round of social ads that we did, our analytics are telling us now that we hit over 40,000 households. Direct door-to-door distribution of materials have been important, and so we just wanted to make sure you had a snapshot of just all of the efforts that have taken place and will continue to take place on this project. One of the interesting metrics that we looked at recently was just the increased traffic to our webpage. I think in the December timeframe, we had roughly about 500 page views. It increased a little bit in January. In February, it jumped to close to 4,000 views to our website. In the first 14 days of March, it was already at that same amount. So we're on trend to actually double our web page views. So that's an indication that word is getting out about the project and people are getting engaged with the information that we're sharing. At a glance, this last round of meetings, we added a meeting, so actually we had 10 in-person public meetings. Our last one was last night, was Tuesday night, as was mentioned earlier. The virtual meeting with live Q&A, the door-to-door flyer distribution. There's also been a significant increase in our project subscribers, people who have signed up to continue to receive updates on the project. And I think it's important to note that we have been very intentional about placing ads in community publications. We took direct feedback from the community on which, particularly with the Hispanic media, which community newspapers we actually need to make sure that we're placing ads in. So as noted, there have been 2 or 3 rounds of those ad buys that have been made since we started this public meeting series. One of the things with this round that was important is that we prepared to share information with the public that summarized what we heard from them during these last rounds of public engagement and what those concurrent themes were that were consistent through all segments and what the issues were that were segment specific. So this round of meetings was really intended to share that feedback with the public, not only to tell them what we heard, but what we've been doing since we met with them last, where we can put direct actions in place in response to some of the issues and concerns that we've heard. I think that's where I'm going to stop, and Johanna's going to come back up and talk you through what we heard and what are some of the actual mitigation efforts that the Metro Project team has been working on in direct response to the community feedback that we've heard.
So we are very thankful for all the feedback that we have received from the community and for the members that are here from the Eastbrook Civic Association speaking out about the project and their concerns. I wanted to start by the themes that Tanya was talking about. Property acquisition was one of the themes that we heard throughout the July effort on 2022. So we came back on the February 2023 public engagement, showing the public these boards that had very specifically information. They were interactive stations where people can really get close to their particular property or business and see how the project was impacting them and their property along the alignment. I want to make sure that you know that we are at 30% design, so this was, at this point, we wanted to be transparent of what we knew the impacts would be, but moving forward, we will continue to adjust the design and work with the City of Houston and others to make sure that we minimize impacts along the corridor. The other item that I wanted to highlight in this section is that during the public engagement, the second phase of public engagement, there was a concern by the citizens on the 3rd Ward regarding the Blodgett alignment. And so when the phase 3 of public engagement, we brought that alignment, we looked at all the alternatives, and we moved the Blodgett alignment between Alameda and Ennis. We moved it to the Wheeler between Alameda and Ennis. And that really was a lot of concerns of the community regarding the impacts to the right-of-way, and we still wanted with this project to serve the 3rd Ward community and TSU, the Texas Southern University. And so moving the alignment to the Wheeler Avenue really decrease the number of their impacts and really minimize that, and that was one of the goals that we wanted to bring out to the community engagement process on phase 3. We also had right-of-way specialists, our NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act experts, come to these meetings and answer any questions regarding relocations or impacts in case of any those occur in the future. And so we wanted to let them know that there was a process in place that would be happening were the case in terms of property impacts. We also heard about the concerns regarding loss of trees along the entire alignment, especially in segments 2 and 4. We heard especially about the balance between keeping the sidewalk and keeping the trees. So there's a balance that we need to look at in pedestrian realm and how we want to provide proper access along the corridor with sidewalks and balance that with existing trees and also private property that is along the corridor. So we are continuing to work on the design with the City of Houston, the communities, the urban forester, to make sure that we strike that balance for this project to be successful, to have minimal right-of-way impacts, include trees, and have a comfortable pedestrian space that is ADA accessible. This is an area on segment 4, which we've talked about, and the community has brought this question to us regarding trees on the esplanade along Lockwood, specifically around segment 4. And so we heard that there was a concern for the impact of trees. The Eastwood community has asked us to try to minimize that impact. The abutments of the proposed overpass would start at McKinney. The elevated portion of the proposed overpass begins at Polk and ends at Sherman and would impact about 3 of the 7 esplanades where there are trees. Metro will continue to work with the community and the forestry department to preserve the trees in the median and plant new trees where possible, everywhere really in the corridor where we are impacting trees. And while we're on this slide, I would also like to point out that in the current design, the Eastwood community also asked us and let us know that on Park Drive, there's a green space that they really consider an asset to their community and that they wanted to make sure that there was connectivity between both sides of Lockwood and that area. So we have added a pedestrian crossing at Park Drive where that green space is located as part of the design moving forward. And as you've heard today, there is opposition on the Harrisburg overpass. This project is proposing 5 new overpasses along the entire corridor. 1 of them is at West Park Drive, 3 of them are at Lockwood, and 1 of them is along Tidwell. We have opposition right now only to the one on Harrisburg and Lockwood. During our first round of meeting, we heard from the Eastwood Civic Association that they wanted us, Metro, to consider an option to be an underpass in that section. So I'm going to walk you through some of the analysis that we have done. This slide shows 3 different cross sections. On the left, green one, is what we're currently proposing, which is transit-only lanes over the railroad tracks. This option shows minimal impact to houses. The project fits within the existing 100-foot right-of-way. Eastwood had also asked the team to consider adding bike lanes and pedestrian facilities to the option on the left. Adding pedestrian and bicycle facilities would have minimum impact on properties, and the team can add this, would be adding this to the project, and that's what we had committed. But we also heard from the community, having asked for that option, would we include vehicles going over the railroad as well as transit lanes, because the transit stops on the tracks impact basically everyone. And this is at all of the 3, Harrisburg, Clinton, and Bennington. When I'm talking about the ask for lanes going over, that was a general field that we wanted to look at. What would it take for you to take lanes of traffic over in addition to the bus-only lanes, because everybody's stuck at the rail tracks, basically. So we looked at the options on the right, which are options that would include transit as well as traffic and pedestrians and bicycles. And so on the right, we're showing that option. If we were doing the underpass, it really would impact the more of the right-of-way. So it is 145 feet, which is 45 feet over the existing right-of-way that is available, which means we would impact properties along both sides of that area. And then in the middle is the option of bringing the lanes and the BRT lanes, the car lanes, and the pedestrians and bicyclists over the railroad. That middle, I should go back. This here, we have we're looking for partnerships. This is an expensive and costly option, the one that's in the middle. And we are looking, Metro's committed to looking for partnerships and funding outside of this project to look at advancing this option in one or any of those crossings that I mentioned. That process, adding those lanes would require, being a different project, would require a different environmental analysis process and a separate public engagement process as well. This is the current condition at Lockwood at Harrisburg. The trains that you've heard from the community park, stop at those areas and stay there for minutes or several hours at a time, and they impact the access and the mobility of that community. Crossing the railroad tracks at grade would be really impede the goal of reliable and fast transit service that this project is trying to provide. So the other option, or the second item that we looked in terms of going as an underpass, was the conditions of flooding in this part of the area. If you look at this slide, you see where there is a bubble, black bubble, and then a little triangle in the middle there. That's where the crossing would be. And what this is trying to illustrate is that the railroad crossing at this Harrisburg location acts basically as a levee. And it separates the floodplain from the north from the part on the south. And opening an underpass in this section would basically allow the waters that do not flood the neighborhood today to flood parts of the neighborhood south of the railroad, which are not flooded today. So in addition, any facilities that would be needed to be able to pump the water out of an underpass, generators that would be needed, an electrical room, and fuel tanks would require approximately 3 acres of land that would need to be adjacent to this area, and that means a lot of right-of-way impacts that would have to be acquired to be able to provide such a facility. For these two reasons, the right-of-way impacts and the flooding risks to part of a neighborhood that does not flood today, the team is not recommending an underpass in this section. The next question that we were asked, and the neighborhoods, neighbors today have brought up as well, is like, why Lockwood? What are we looking at Lockwood? And so when we're looking at an alternatives analysis, looking at the different crossings taking you from the Eastwood Transit Center, which is an important transit center for this alignment, to go all the way to Tidwell Transit Center, we looked at Jensen, Hirsch, Lockwood, Homestead, and Wayside as options to go north. And here there's just different items that we look at. Important to note is that we have, running time impacts ridership. Land use is also something we have to consider. So there is, in this area, for all those alignments, we have a heavy industrial land use because we are, close to the port. And so we need to look, and the industrial land uses does not support ridership. Residential land uses support ridership. And so that's sort of like that first item there. Others that we need to look at as part of the process to look at NEPA and the impacts are historical structures, historical properties, and in those areas where you have red, there's more of those in there. Also, we're looking at right-of-way impacts again, making sure that we minimize our right-of-way impacts. And so that's another metric that was used in looking at other areas of the other corridors. There is higher property impacts on those areas. And then I know that there has been a question regarding ridership, and we are looking at ridership not for today, but for the future. And as all these projects connect, that's what's going to bring ridership, but also just alone because of the ridership, existing ridership, and the land use in this corridor. That's why Lockwood would be a successful corridor, and that's why it was chosen as the preferred corridor. We also heard concerns about safety and security along the line. Metro aims to support the City of Houston Vision Zero goals of reducing fatality not only on our roads, but not only for the transit users, but for everyone along on the road, all the road users in the road. So we are looking at safety enhancements all along the corridor. Here we see a lady who has, crossing basically jaywalking in the middle of the street in a busy day, busy traffic. And sometimes people make those choices because we don't have enough pedestrian crossings between lights. And so we're looking with the City of Houston at providing adequate pedestrian and bicycle crossings along the corridor where we don't have a traffic light. Emergency vehicles is an important part of our safety considerations, and the transit lanes of the Metro Rapid can be used by the emergency vehicles to avoid being stuck in the traffic or on the railroad tracks. This here is a fire truck that was being rerouted in the Lockwood area because the train was stopped and they couldn't go through the railroad tracks. The project would also increase safety by eliminating unsignalized left turns, which cause a lot of accidents not only in the Houston area, but all over the country. And this will increase safety for all users. We're also looking at safety and security holistically. So looking at what can we do at our stations to improve safety, things like cameras, lighting, design. We're also looking at making sure that we have safety features on all of our buses as we move forward. And Metro will begin the urban design process to integrate placemaking and community identity to the corridor. Metro will work with the community on art and design choices through Metro Arts and Transit program to develop architectural treatments, visual screening, landscaping, softscape, and other features to minimize visual and aesthetics impact all along the project. We also heard from the community regarding concerns with reduced access to businesses, and I think we heard that today as well. Metro will work with the City of Houston and businesses in the area along the entire alignment to develop traffic and parking management plans. Overall, the project will improve drainage and sidewalks, which will make it more attractive for patrons to access businesses all along the corridor. We also heard concerns about increased congestion on Richmond and Lockwood. Because transit can carry more people in less space than cars, the City of Houston has agreed to repurpose one traffic lane in each direction with one high-capacity transit lane. The traffic analysis found that improving signal timing would improve traffic flow even with the loss of one lane and will with limited additional delays during the height of rush hour. Metro is committing to working with the City of Houston to ensure regular maintenance of traffic lights all along the corridor. I also want to mention here that we had specific concerns from neighborhoods regarding access as we were looking at decreasing the number of unsignalized left turns. And we have had discussions with those neighbors, and we are looking at adding lights at specific areas where the concern has brought up. I think some of them are at Stanford, Grouser, and Caroline. And so we'll be looking at those opportunities to add signals to those intersections. Finally, I just wanted to highlight some of the support that we have heard from the project, and we just heard that from the video that was shown. People are excited to have more public transportation options, faster and reliable service, improved sidewalks, and improved drainage. They also feel safer knowing that emergency vehicles will be able to use the transit lanes to provide faster emergency services to the community as a whole. I want to talk a little bit about the benefits of this project. The population in the Houston area is expected to grow from 4.6 million to 10 million to 10 million people by 2040. Moving twice as many people will require the using of public streets and sidewalks in a more efficient way. The Houston must focus on moving more people, not just cars, to remain competitive. We must look at transit, walking, bicycling, cars, trucks. Building a flexible transportation network is a priority of the City of Houston and of Metro. Moving more people in the same space, fast, reliable service is what Metro Rapid is offering. This project is not only about 25 miles of transit. This project will provide more than 25 miles of improvements to the road, the drainage system, the sidewalks, landscape, and first and last connection opportunities in more than 44 stations across the entire alignment. Metro is working with all of our partners and making sure that the project is aligned with existing plans and meets the goals to support economic development, enhance neighborhood character, provide mobility options, improve safety, public health, resiliency, and equity in the region. I will now walk you through what we have as today, the locally preferred alternative. This is a 25-mile corridor that begins at West Chase Park and Ride, west of Beltway 8, and it ends at Tidwell Transit Center on the northeast side of town. This is what we are calling Segment 1, which starts in West Chase Park and Ride. It is on Metro-owned right-of-way as it travels west. Then it transitions at the lower Uptown Transit Center onto the middle of West Park Drive on city streets at the 610 loop. It continues to move on City Street, West Park Drive, all the way to Edlow. Excuse me. It turns north on Edlow, where it meets Richmond, and continues on City Street all the way to the Wheeler Transit Center, where it connects to the Red Line. And then continues on Wheeler Avenue all the way to Ennis. On Ennis, it turns and then it moves and meets Elgin. From Elgin, it moves to the Eastwood Transit Center. Just to note here that here is a section where we're meeting St. Thomas, Houston Community College campus, Texas Southern University, and U of H. It continues north from the Eastwood Transit Center all the way to I-10, and then continues on Lockwood all the way to Tidwell, and then turns on Tidwell Drive, and then on Jensen, and then on Turner Drive, where it ends at the Tidwell Transit Center. Just to give you a few next steps that we have in the project, this will continue design. We are approaching our 30% design milestone, and we are also completing all of our National Environmental Policy Act draft report, which includes traffic and environmental analysis and other portions of that. We'll be ready then to submit entry into engineering and submit all those deliverables to the FTA. We continue our third-party coordination with universities, the hospital, the city of Houston, HECTRA, Harris County, and all of that. All that coordination will continue, and we will continue a public engagement process as well as design, trying to include all the input that we get throughout the design process, which is scheduled to end around 2024. We're not taking any action today, so that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Johanna and Tanya. Questions, comments? A lot to digest.
A lot to digest.
That we've digested for several years, but these projects don't come together overnight. So,
absolutely.
Mr. Trevino.
Johanna, I think excellent work. I think you've done a great job in leading this 25-mile BRT project. So compliments to you and the team. Obviously, we've heard some concerns from the community that we take very seriously. What would any delay impact to this schedule? I mean, what would the impact to the project be should we delay the project?
Mr. Trevino, I think maybe I'll answer it this way. The FTA gives us 2 years for the CIG process to complete. Out of the 2 years, 18 months is reserved for the project team. That 18-month period ends in the end of April. So they reserve 6 months for review. So if we basically push past the April timeframe, then it basically puts us a little bit at risk in terms of squeezing their review time and not being able to complete everything within the 2-year period.
The 2-year being a federal time frame on the process.
Yes, sir.
From conceptual development to now, we are in project development phase before we can get into engineering and design, which will be after the project development phase. which ends in 2 years from when we got in, which
That-
September of '23.
Yes, sir, and in the past, a lot of the projects took a lot longer. So because of that, they actually had laws passed which said that you have to finish things in 2 years.
And it's an iterative process. The review with the FTA means there's a lot of back and forth. It's not the end of the day, it's set in stone type of a situation, because that's when the design concepts get refined during design phase, right?
Yes, sir.
So obviously, we've heard, I mean, for just today, we heard from federal leaders, state leaders, and local leaders with the want for more public engagement. I just want to make clear that I'd like to really exhaust all options at Lockwood, which I'm sure we will, and I'm sure there's a plan that will be shared on how we do that. But speaking for the Blue Line or the University Line, historically, this agency has made tremendous concessions in the past. I mean, there's no doubt that ridership is higher on Richmond from 610 into Edlow. But Afton Oak showed up in the late 2000s. And, here we come in almost 20 years later, and we don't even contemplate being on Richmond in that stretch because we're respecting the wishes of the community. The community has spoken again today, and we need to be really cognizant of those concerns and exhaust any opportunity. And the decision may not change. I trust the technical capabilities that you have, Mr. Reddy, Ms. Mahmood, but we must exhaust everything. And when we do, we need to clearly convey that, because what I heard today was very reasonable community dialogue saying that we support transit, but we want to exhaust because this is our community. And we all take it seriously. I know we all take it seriously, but we're changing the complexion of this community for decades to come. And I want to make sure that when we proceed with this decision, and I know the decision of LPA does not dictate if we're going to go over and under the railroad. I mean, I think we can unhinge those two decisions. I think Lockwood is probably the logical choice to go in, but we need to exhaust everything. I mean, so in the past, and I think here in a pre-presentation, I heard there was concerns in the community, and I think we converted over to Wheeler, I believe, to where we are listening, we are reacting. And I think when we talk about the citizens of the East Side community who have had a lack of investment historically in the region, we need to be really critical of our own decisions and our own concepts. And I think any technical challenge can be overcome. I mean, we're engineers. We can find a technical solution. Obviously, there's a cost and there's an impact to the federal process that we need to clearly convey. And I look forward to the agency's actions to make sure that as we proceed, whatever the outcome may be, that it is open, transparent, and in the best interest of the community.
No? Mayor Elder, any comments online?
Yeah, there was just like Mr. Trevino said, there was just a lot of things that you want to be very transparent in those communities, especially where you look at maybe taking away some amenities from them and all. So, but I think that's the big things: communication, transparency, and continue that realm of it, because I think like Mr. Trevino said, we've got the engineers and the people that can develop whatever needs to be developed there and protect their community.
Ms. Liller? Thank you, Mayor
Yes,
Elder.
thank you. Sorry. I just want to say that I'm always a big proponent of grassroots coming in and telling us what it's like where they live. And I went to a lot of the public hearings and meetings, and I said every neighborhood has a different personality. You're there 24/7. We're not. We want to hear from you, and we've certainly heard from you today. And that's great. I hope that all of the alternative ideas, locations and all that were suggested today would get a look. I know there was something, that a couple of locations to look at would be weighed against where we are now. And as Director Trevino said, I trust that you all will do it and you'll give it a fair hearing, and that perhaps there's a solution out there we just haven't looked at yet. No guarantees. I've said this at every public meeting I've been to. We want to hear from you, but we may not be able to give you 100% of what you want. So bear with us. Let us do a little more due diligence. Let us keep going. I will tell you that every neighborhood that I've been to, every public hearing, there has been the most engaging group of people who know their neighborhoods. They want every one of these links or segments to have its own personality. They want it to be identified by their place and where they are. So I'm hoping we can work through that. My last meeting was up in the Tidwell area, and they have some needs there as well. So I know I've passed those on, and those are being looked at as well. So at the end of the day, bear with us, guys. I don't know where we're going with this, but we do appreciate your input, and we have a great engineering staff, and they're going to be looking at this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to get into the weeds for a second, because I want to make sure some of this maybe we are up to our eyeballs in this, so maybe we've seen a lot more of the detail. When you talked about that drainage area specific, I want to go to the overall corridor, but into the weeds on the Lockwood conversation today. When you look at the drainage area where you talked about the UPRR railroad kind of acting as the southern border, levee, wall, whatever you want to call it. No, don't want to call it the wall. The border, from a drainage perspective, right? And that underpass could end up becoming that low spot. There is an engineering solution. We are also dealing with mechanical equipment. They have a tendency to fail at the most inopportune times sometimes. So we want to make sure that this project, while we're looking at the overall right-of-way, overall corridor improvements to multiple ramps, but also making sure that we want to leave it better than we found it, but we most certainly don't want to make it worse than we found it and create a situation. And these days, the term 50-year, 100-year, 500-year rainfalls don't mean a whole lot. I must be 3,000 years old, so are most Houstonians, if you've lived here for more than 3 years, if you use that logic. In addition to the pumps and all of that, you would still need a detention pond to collect all of the flow that would now essentially find its way there, both within the shaded area and the changes that you would make to the overall drainage pattern. So when you talked about, so if you look at that for a 50-year, 100-year, 500-year flood, how big is the detention pond need going to be? I want us to be realistic on how we look at these, right? And I'm not asking for an exact number, but from y'all's analysis, it's not the size of this room.
It's the size of two Olympic-sized pools is what we were looking at in terms of, that's how much water is coming in, and we would need
That's
2.5.
how much water is coming in. That's
Three
the rate
acres.
at which water is coming.
Yeah, so 3 acres of land is
Yeah,
what
if
we
you're getting
were
2 Olympic-sized pools every so many
2
seconds or
minutes,
minutes,
So I
then you
think-
need a lot more
I
for
think there's
detention.
a little bit more detailed response on that. So we studied this for 100-year.
Okay.
Atlas 14, which is the latest standard.
Yeah.
You might have seen some other pictures earlier today. I can guarantee you those were not done to Atlas 14 standards.
Yeah.
They were just done
Those
recently.
are new drainage, new standards
The
that have
lift
been
is much
adopted by
higher.
the city and the county.
So
Yeah.
we analyzed it for 100-year,
Yeah.
and for the 100-year, again, there's a caveat. If you isolate the underpass area, if you think of that as a bowl, and you don't let any water come in, so you intercept all the water from the 725 acres prior to it coming to the underpass, and just deal with the underpass itself, you need 3 acres of land
For the underpass
for the
alone,
underpass itself.
not the entire red shaded area.
No, you're gonna have to do storm sewer improvements on the way, trying to prevent all that water from coming to the underpass. Once it gets there and goes to the detention pond, you have to then pump it a mile north along Lockwood to
There's
Buffalo
an
Bayou.
engineering solution for that, right? But there is no engineering solution for 3 acres of land. You need 3 acres for detention.
And just another detail, when you get to Buffalo Bayou, prior to getting to Buffalo Bayou, but flood control standards, you can't dump directly into the bayou, you have to detain it
Detention
again.
there too.
And we looked at that area, and it's all residential too. So you need 2 detention areas, one definitely by the underpass,
Yeah, you have to be
and then
taking
one
it from where it
further
is.
down at the outfall.
Okay, So I want us to be able to make sure on the face of it, we need to be looking at overpass, underpass, reroute, different alternatives and all that. But I think we need, you all have obviously gone into the level of detail as part of the technical analysis. I think it's important for us to share that. Because I see what y'all are saying. I've had conversations with y'all individually. We by no means does Metro want to say, trust us, we have studied this. We're happy to share all of this information. And that's where I want to pivot to an overall conversation. Yes, most of the oxygen today has been on Lockwood at Harrisburg. This is the University Corridor BRT project, which is a 25.3 mile long corridor that we are looking at a locally preferred alternative for. We are not looking at a locally preferred alternative for that intersection. It is equally important, but we also have to look at the overall 25 mile long corridor and what other considerations need to be taken. They're going back to this, trust us, we've done it. Keep in mind, we are working with a federal transit administration process. I've never known of the federal government saying, sure, we trust you, we'll give you the okay to move forward with this project. That's not how it works. We've got to stick to their deadlines, their processes, their checklists, their review before we even get to move this project forward. There have been comments today that we've heard on other segments on, was there even a drainage analysis done? No, we just decided we should build a road. That's not how this works. Atlas 14 is new to the area. We are seeing a lot more flooding in areas where we didn't see flooding. Traffic analysis is an integral part of this. So when you look at the 25 mile long corridor, it is drainage improvements, bringing everything up to code on Atlas 14 along the corridor. Wherever we touch it, we are making drainage improvements. Picture say 1,000 words. Richmond has not been reconstructed in 30 years that I know of.
Yes, you're correct.
All right, that's how long I've lived here. I've not lived here 70 years. In 30 years, Richmond has not been reconstructed. So when you see flooding on Richmond, this project brings the drainage infrastructure there up to snuff, up to current standards. It also brings sidewalk, pedestrian, bike improvements on either side of the corridor to new City of Houston standards, obviously working with a city where variances are required so that we minimize impact to properties. It is traffic improvements, investing both the capital and operational dollars on traffic signal synchronization and traffic signal priority, which means Metro puts in the money not just to build the traffic lights and the synchronization, but also puts in money for the long-term maintenance of it. It's like my old hand-wound watch. If you don't wind it, it's going to start losing time. That's how these traffic signals work as well. So there is traffic improvements, safety improvements, bringing urban design into the mix. Historically, we've built infrastructure as a concrete infrastructure project, but I think if you all were at last month's meeting, we have a 3-inch thick urban design manual where Diane's got it to show. These are things that get built into this in the early stages of the design, so we're looking at what the end use of the corridor, end use of any amenity that we build into the BRT corridor into early stages of the design process, not an afterthought, but doing it up front. In addition, there's private utilities improvements, there is water, sewer, storm improvements, roadway improvements on particular segments of roadway that have not been reconstructed for 30 years. Yes, there also happen to be 2 transit lanes running down the middle. So that is what the overall 25 mile long corridor is, and that's the LPA that we'll be looking at. Yes, there are things that need to be refined, that need to be explained, that need to be discussed, so we all have a comfort feeling on, okay, this is what is possible, this is what we should look at, and then we come to an end consensus on where the project moves forward. So appreciate the feedback on Eastwood, but let's remember that we're talking about an LPA for 25 miles, not just for that intersection. So
that being said, Chair, what is the plan going forward?
Now that we've decided, we've decided to pull the item today, we will be sitting down. In fact, I was going to, perfect segue for me to say, Mr. Lambert, the floor is yours.
Well, I think Mr. Campbell made some good comments. The gentleman talked about show me the evidence. I think we have an obligation to do that. I think we have an obligation to do our due diligence, and we look at the rerouting opportunities and their trade-offs, and we're going to do that. I think we've got an opportunity to really say, there were some ideas that are out there that maybe we haven't heard about. So I want to hear those ideas as well. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm committed to bring a team with me, and we'll come to the table. And we'll sit down and we'll work very hard to figure out what are the opportunities, what are the issues, what are the trade-offs. And the backdrop has to be the entire corridor, and I agree with that. But if there's a way we can accomplish things that are responsive, then I want to make sure we can do that as well. So the staff commitment with a team of consultants, with Johanna, we'll get back out to the president of the neighborhood. Clay, if I can just look at you then, because I know you're on the board as well. Let's set up some discussion. We'll reach out and set that up. I want to make sure I fully understand what folks see as the opportunities are, and then we'll kind of work our way through it. And then we'll be I really like the thought. We're going to show the evidence. If we can't justify what we're saying, we probably shouldn't do it anyway. And I'll just own that up front. So, Mr. Chairman, that's what I expect to do if that's meets your expectations and that of the board.
So here is what I heard. We're going to go have lunch and then get to work.
We may have dinner and get to lunch is what we may do.
No, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. You know, I will say this, for this project to be included in the fiscal 24 president's budget is a big shot in the arm, and I want to acknowledge what you all said. Yes, there are things that we need to work out, but transit is a critical need for the region moving forward, and I think the Federal Transit Administration recognized that, and we want to see everything that we can do to move this forward in the right manner that we can.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to make one. I think it's a real compliment that the Federal Transit Administration, before we got into completing project development, is recommending funding for this project. I think I've never heard that happening before. So the confidence they have in our ability to move projects along is well understood. And that comes from the history of the agency. We may not always hit the mark, but I will tell you in the last projects of the rail expansion, the other things we've done them on time and under budget. And that's what they're looking for. They have confidence in this agency to do it.
You bet. Any other comments? With that, thank you all. I don't believe we have any other items on the agenda. We do not have an executive session. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Do I have a second? All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you all. You all be safe out there. Good luck to the University of Houston in the Final Four.